House will please be in order. Those persons not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman of 26, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, I thank you for our members of the House today. Lord, I thank you because your word reminds us that we can do all things through you who strengthens us. Therefore, Lord, we trust not ourselves, but instead we pray that every leader will lean on you because you understand and see things better than we do. Right now, we pray for leadership guidance. Let every member of this House not seek to pursue their own interest, but to look to the interest of the residents of West Virginia. I pray that you help our members to identify the needs of your people through divine wisdom and understanding. Lord, help us to be effective leaders, but to act for the betterment of West Virginia and your kingdom. And the House of Representatives said,
Amen. If members and guests will please remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 59th, Delegate Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in honoring our great nation. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests will please remain standing. Gentleman 37th, Delegate Pushkin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The city of Charleston is reeling today from a horrible tragedy that took place on our west side last night, when a 17-year-old student at Capitol High School was murdered over on Central Avenue on the west side. His name's KJ Taylor. He was an outstanding athlete up at Capitol High School, and he was set to graduate, I believe, next month. He's an only child, and if you could please stand in a moment of silence with us for his family and his friends and all the kids up at Capitol High School that are grieving today.
House will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Wednesday, April 7th, 2021.
Gentleman 7th, Delegate Barnhart.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman 7th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On second reading, special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 509 and committee substitute for Senate Bill 610 have been transferred to the House calendar. And on second reading House calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 34 has been transferred to the special calendar.
Introductions, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Gemma Rampersand of Charleston, if the House would make the doctor welcome.
Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 95 requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the effect losing a congressional district would have on boards, commissions, and others, and House Concurrent Resolution 103 interim study to improve the education system in West Virginia reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted.
Report to be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the Executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Henshaw presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on April 7th, 2021, he approved Senate Bill 67, committee substitute for Senate Bill 356, Senate Bill 390, committee substitute for Senate Bill 431, committee substitute for Senate Bill 435, committee substitute for House Bill 2014, committee substitute for House Bill 2290, committee substitute for House Bill 2382, committee substitute for House Bill 2896, House Bill 2897, House Bill 2899, House Bill 2901, House Bill 2903, House Bill 2920, and House Bill 2940.
The message will be received. Are there further messages from the executive? If not, message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced the Senate has passed without amendment and changed the effective date on committee substitute for House Bill 2722, prohibiting the use of Class B firefighting foam for test purposes if the foam contains a certain class of fluorinated organic chemicals.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment only changed the effective date to July 1st, 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021. The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the motion adopted. The House has concurred in the effective date, making the bill effective July 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Resolutions, petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 335, relating to West Virginia Invest Grant Program for students at accredited community and technical college.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute to the committee substitute amends the West Virginia Invest Grant Program, which was created in 2019 to provide community college education grants to eligible recipients under certain conditions. Current statutory provisions are amended to clearly indicate that the grant covers the cost of tuition, but also mandatory fees and academic program fees that are provided that any academic program fees must be approved by the Community and Technical College Council. This relates to about $343 per student. There's approximately 1,400 students in the program currently. And it also changes the drug testing requirement from every semester to every year, but it also includes from successfully passing a drug test as a condition to eligibility to requiring drug rehabilitation as a condition for continued eligibility after a second positive drug test. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 335, relating to West Virginia Invest Grant Program for students at accredited community and technical college.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect July 1st, 2021.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 419, redefining firearm to match federal code.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The
purpose of this bill is to sync up, as discussed yesterday, we talked about an amendment, and I think I explained the bill for the most part yesterday, but the purpose of the bill is to sync up the federal and state definitions of firearm. Currently, there are types of firearms which are otherwise prohibited so in West Virginia code, the way that it is, any firearm that was manufactured before 1898 is still considered a firearm in West Virginia. Under federal law, it's not considered a firearm. We're matching our code up with federal law so that any firearm manufactured before 1898 would no longer be considered a firearm in the state of West Virginia. With the amendment yesterday, the exception to that is in instances where there's domestic violence petition involved, where they still would be considered a firearm. That's a summarization of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. Number 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 419, redefining firearm to match federal code.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 458, relating to possession of firearms by individuals during state of emergency.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill creates a series of protections for lawful gun owners. It explicitly forbids any state agency, county, or municipality, or any elected or appointed official or employee thereof from the following: prohibiting or restricting the otherwise lawful possession, use, carrying, transfer, transportation, storage, sale, or display, or other lawful use of a firearm or ammunition, any firearm or ammunition component or accessory, ammunition reloading equipment and supplies, or personal weapons other than firearms. 2, seizing, confiscating, or authorizing the seizure or confiscation of any otherwise lawfully possessed firearm or ammunition, any firearm or ammunition component or accessory, ammunition reloading equipment and supplies, or otherwise lawful personal weapons other than firearms. 3, requiring the registration of any firearm or ammunition, any firearm or ammunition component or accessory, ammunition reloading equipment and supplies, or otherwise lawful personal weapons other than firearms. 4, suspending or revoking a license to carry a concealed deadly weapon or a provisional license to carry a concealed deadly weapon issued pursuant to Section 61-7-1 of this code, except as expressly authorized in that article. Willfully refusing to accept an application for a license to carry a concealed deadly weapon or provisional license to carry a concealed deadly weapon, provided the application has been properly completed in accordance with 61-7-1 of this code. Closing or limiting the operating hours of any entity engaged in lawful selling or servicing of any firearm, including any component or accessory, ammunition, ammunition reloading equipment and supplies, or personal weapons other than firearms, unless the closing or limitation of hours applies generally within the jurisdiction of commerce. 7, closing or limiting the operating hours of any indoor or outdoor shooting range. And finally, 8, placing restrictions or quantity limitations on any entity regarding the lawful sale or services of any firearm or ammunition, any firearm or ammunition component or accessory, ammunition reloading equipment and supplies, or personal weapons other than firearms. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman in 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
Would the gentleman answer a question?
Sure.
I read this, and it seems to be in terms of pandemic state of emergency. But if it were a state of emergency for, say, an insurrection, would it also apply?
I believe it would.
Thank you, sir.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will... The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 93 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 458, relating to possession of firearms by individuals during state of emergency.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 486, relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to make necessary updates to the code regarding Chief Technology Office, which has not been updated since 2006. The bill would rename the Chief Technology Officer the Chief Information Officer to align with the other states' recognized naming conventions, and redefine the authority of CIO, including requesting federal aid, technology, and cybersecurity assistance. The bill also codifies an advisory committee that currently exists. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 486, relating to powers and duties of Chief Technology Officer.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 488, relating to distributing hotel occupancy tax to convention and visitors bureaus.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Fast 4-8, number 1.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 32nd to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the hotel motel tax is divided 50% to convention visitor bureaus and 50% to either the county or the municipality wherein the hotel motel is. The purpose of this amendment is to make that somewhat uneven, wherein 40% would go to the CVBs and 60% would go to either the counties or the municipality. And the rationale behind that, I had an email delivered to everyone's desk. The hotel occupancy tax was formed when phone calls, printed brochures, snail mail, CVB outposts was the main way to contact potential visitors. That is certainly not the case nowadays with the digital age that we have. And so what my amendment would do would, as I said, make it 40-60, 40 to the CVB, 60 to the county or the municipality. And so here's the situation. If 10% more goes to the counties or the municipalities, you can go on page 6 of the bill and subsection C, it says, the remaining portion of the net revenues receivable during the fiscal year by the county or municipality pursuant to this article may be expended for one or more of the purposes set forth in this subsection, but for no other purpose. And then you read 1 through 11, the items where this additional money would be spent: planning, constructing, establishment, acquisition, improvement, renovation, extension, enlargement, equipment, maintenance, repair, and operation of publicly owned conventional facilities, including but not limited to arenas, auditoriums, civic centers, and convention centers, payment on principal and interest for bonds, construction, operation, or maintenance of public parks, tourist information centers, recreation facilities, including land acquisition, promotion of the arts, historic sites, beautification projects, passenger air service incentives, subsidies, medical care and emergency services in any county, and it has some criteria there, support and operation of economic development activities. So it's not like this money is just going to be taken away and just blown somewhere. It's just intended to even up the necessity of where the money is to be distributed. And so that is the purpose of the bill. Basically, I know a lot of us have had calls from CVBs and say this is a terrible amendment. I understand their position, but on the other hand, the necessity of what they do and what the county and or the municipality does, and so it just tries to even out per necessity. And so that is the amendment, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman, 29th, Douglas Steele, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
When this bill was developed, of course, there was a Senate bill and there was a House bill that was essentially the same thing, and the Senate bill moved a little bit quicker than the House version did. But we had stakeholder meetings with county commissions as well as CVBs from all across the state. Were you there?
No, it wasn't, but I did have an independent bill to do this exact thing in the House. It just didn't run, and so this is an opportunity to
I mean,
bring
did the
forth.
County Commissions Association or the County Officials Association endorse this idea?
I don't know. I know that a county commissioner from my county is asking for this, one that is very studious in analyzing the financial data. The report back was that if CVBs had an excess, they would put it into bonuses. And he believes that the money needs to be, it could be better spent on those 11 enumerated items for projects of the county, and perhaps the need is a little bit less than it used to be when this whole concept was started years and years ago.
Well, I guess what my question really gets down to is this one lone county commissioner. Why was he not at these stakeholder meetings that happened for several weeks prior to the session even starting?
He may have been. I don't know.
I know him. He wasn't there. I mean.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I can assure you of that.
Okay.
And, I'm making the amendment. I think it has rationale, and I'd like the body to consider it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is late in the game. This is a process that's been worked on prior to the session in consultation with the CVBs. This bill, when it boils down to it, it didn't have anything to do with the amount of money that's split between county commissions and CVBs. What we're really getting after with this bill is trying to shore up some oversight of CVBs. And, you know, one of the things the bill does, it puts a moratorium on new CVBs coming into existence for the next 3 years. You know, we have some counties that have no CVBs. Some counties have 5 CVBs in some situations. So that's what this bill was really pointed at. We had individuals come from the Association of CVBs. We had county commissioners that we talked to from all across the state. Not one county commissioner that I know of, other than the email that's sitting in front of me, requested that we reduce this amount from 50% to 40%. One of the concerns that I have with this is actually multifaceted. For starters, in the email, it says, when phone calls, printed brochures, snail mail, and CVB outpost was the main way to contact potential vacationers. You know, the way these CVBs operate now, if you go to these meetings and you have these stakeholder meetings, they are paying for shows to happen, like somewhat reality shows where people will come in and explore the New River Gorge for kayaking and things like that. And it's a lot more than paying for a phone call or a brochure to go in the mail if you're going to produce a reality show to be on travel TV or something like that. Internet advertising, when we're talking about internet advertising, a lot of what they're doing is taking publications from across the nation, spreading that out through social media and spreading it out through other avenues to get people interested in coming in. get people interested in coming into your district, my district, or the gentleman sponsor's district. You know, with the advent of a new national park in Fayette County itself, the Fayette County Commission isn't going to be the one promoting the national park. It's the CVBs. The CVBs in Beckley, the CVBs in Nicholas County, and all across that are centered around that area are poised and have the expertise to bring people into that area that way. By taking away the funding at this point, and here's the second thing that I have a problem with here, there is no rationale given by the sponsor as to how this affects the budget of the existing CVBs. There's no rationale given. Not one thing in this email talks about the present funding levels of CVBs. We've talked to them in stakeholder meetings. The whole purpose behind this bill is because there are CVBs out there that are struggling for funds because it was too easy to go out and start a CVB. So these folks didn't have enough money to begin with, and now we're going to give them a 10% budget cut when West Virginia is on the verge of one of the biggest growth cycles of tourism in its history. And that's pretty myopic to do that. So I would urge rejection of this. And there's another reason that I would urge it. This is my last point. Another bill that you've passed in here is the Airbnb tax. You guys have just passed the Airbnb tax, Senate's passed it, and that's going to come in. And when we talked about this in the stakeholder meetings, that Airbnb tax, it's going to amount to about $3 million additionally coming in across the state into tourism that's going to be distributed to the CVBs and the counties, okay? But if you look at where Airbnb is mostly centered, it's in Morgan County, Berkeley County, and Fayette County. So this Fayette County Commission is going to see not just a 10% increase, but probably not long to 15 to 20% increase in revenue from the Airbnb bill that is completely unnecessary to do this. So while I understand wanting to represent the county commission and their wishes and desires, I think this is a little late in the game and it doesn't take all the facts into consideration. I'd urge the body to reject it.
Gentleman 26, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill. Or the
Gentleman's recognized.
We're about to underfund, if we pass this amendment, a economic driver in the state of West Virginia. I don't know how many of you have actually worked directly with one of the local CVBs. I've been blessed to work with the one in Raleigh County, the one in Mercer County, directly promoting West Virginia through the national Scout Jamboree, the World Scout Jamboree. These people are the boots on the ground. You know, we have a wonderful tourism department under Chelsea Ruby. She does a great job, but she can't be everywhere. That's why we need the CVBs. They need to be funded at a rate that allows them to operate, to continue to put material into people's hands so people come to West Virginia. If you were to take a moment and look at the annual report from the CVB, that CVB board, that's online, you would see that there are some incredible numbers. And one of those that I'd like to bring out, let you know that tourism in West Virginia saves every taxpayer $720 a year. That's just a fact. Provides nearly $534 million in state and local taxes. Fayette County itself is the quintessential tourism county, and my friend from the 32nd, I think you'd have to agree with that. With the whitewater rafting industry, the climbing industry, on and on and on that goes on in Fayette County. My family have taken advantage of it many times. Beautiful, beautiful county. Beautiful, beautiful resources, incredible opportunities to bring people to West Virginia. One county commissioner complaining that the money's being used the wrong way, I don't see that. I think we heard the word bonuses. I think if you speak to the people that work in these offices, they'll tell you that's not true. I had a long conversation with the young lady that runs the CVB in Beckley, Lisa Strader. Incredible incredible asset to the state of West Virginia. And in that the conversation, when I told her, I said, you know, I heard about the amendment. I'd like to know personally what you think. I don't want to bring her personal thoughts into it, but I will say generally, she was completely opposed to it. Also speaking with some other people in the area that works in this directly, they're opposed with it. I spoke with a dear friend who now works for the Bechtel Summit Reserve there in Fayette County, which is the giant Boy Scout facility. I personally, for the 2019 World Scout Jamboree, I know I brought $60,000 into the coffers of Fayette County, just from the staff going out into doing different tours around Fayetteville, Raleigh, Beckley area, Summersville area, down into Mercer County. And that was just in ticket sales to ride the bus off the facility. So you imagine how much money they spent in the economy, whitewater rafting, going under the bridge, all these things that they did in Fayette County. I love Fayette County. Delegate Fass is an incredible county, but you guys are the quintessential. I mean, you're the poster child for tourism in West Virginia. Let's not cut that out. I have no problem with the bill, but this amendment, I think, weakens the bill considerably. And so I will be voting against it, and I urge all of you to do also. Thank you very much.
Gentleman, the 45th, Doug Martin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of the gentleman's from the 32nd Amendment. I am a hotel owner myself, and I just want to point out just a thought that I had. So the delegate from the 29th mentioned that we are now going to be receiving more money from the Airbnbs. So even with us adjusting this a little bit to beautify the areas in our counties, add recreational development, we shouldn't see too much of a difference if we switch the percentages, since we are receiving more money from the Airbnbs now. I also believe that this can make it easier on the CVBs if we have more facilities in our counties. It's more beautified. It's going to be easier to sell the product we have in West Virginia. So I really want you to consider that when you're voting on this amendment. I fully support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 32nd, Doug Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the other gentleman from the 32nd yield?
Yes.
With this amendment, does it say that the CVBs will receive 40% or not more than 40%?
Not more than 40%. Right now, with the hotel motel tax, it states that 50% shall go to the CVBs.
Right.
And all the amendment does is stating it's going to be 40% instead of 50%.
So, but if it says not more than 40%, could they potentially get 0%?
Let me look at that. It says at least 50%.
Okay.
I mean, that's the current law.
Under the amendment, though.
At least 40% is what it's going to be under the amendment.
At least 40%, right. Not, okay. I was under the impression it was said not more than 40%.
I would just direct you to the amendment in the console system.
Let me see.
You're correct. It says not more than 40%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I just really quick, with all due respect to my fellow delegate from Fayette County, I'm going to urge rejection of the amendment. Right now, our CVBs, they use 40% of their budget for marketing. Almost half of their budget goes to marketing. I reached out this morning to the director of the CVB in Oak Hill, and I just wanted some information about, where do you market, and this is what I got back. Just for the CVB in Oak Hill, they advertise in the Washington Post, Recreation News, Facebook, Pandora, DC Transit. So a lot of this money goes toward marketing our state. And over the past several years, we've talked about we want to get people to visit West Virginia, we want people to move to West Virginia. But if we're not marketing what we have, and if they don't know what we have, is there a reason to come? So, with the amendment saying not more than 40%, one of my worries is we're going to have some CVBs getting zero. If that's the case, especially for Fayette County, it's going to be detrimental. The gentleman from the 29th mentioned that we have the new national park. If they don't have any money to market it, what good is it? This last year in 2020, in the midst of a pandemic, tourism still had a great year in Fayette County. There were people lined up and down the streets in Fayetteville, rafting. It was like a normal year, one ounce of normalcy that we did have. So, with all due respect to my friend from the 32nd, I'm going to urge rejection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the third, Douglas Storch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I just want to share with the body a situation that has occurred in the 3rd District, which I think is a success story and should be shared. When Live Nation purchased our Capitol Music Hall, it was through our Convention and Visitors Bureau that they were able to take out a mortgage to purchase it back for the city. And that property is, the deed of that property is with the city. Fortunately, prior to COVID in 2019, they were able to celebrate a burning of the mortgage papers for that because they had remediated all the debt and they had paid off the theater and had purchased, like I said, they purchased it from Live Nation, who had intended on shuttering it. Can you imagine if you drove into Wheeling, got off on the first exit onto Main Street, driving down Main Street, and realized the Capitol Theater is dark? It just wouldn't be right to have that beautiful facility shuttered. So with partnership between our city officials and our Convention and Visitors Bureau, they were able to purchase that property. Additionally, because as the gentleman from the 29th said, it is very easy to create CVBs. When Ohio County started the development at the Highlands, they reached out to our CVB, and they changed from the Wheeling Convention and Visitors Bureau to the Wheeling Ohio County CVB. So we only have one, and they're not competing with others, but they're marketing the region together, and they're working in constant communication for the betterment of our area. And I think it would take away from that when what the gentleman is hoping to accomplish could be just simply accomplished with some conversations between vested individuals. So I respectfully would wish my colleagues would reject the gentleman's amendment and support the bill. Thank you.
Lady in the 35th, Doug Young is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor of the amendment yield?
Yes.
Thank you. So back to what the other guy from the 32nd said, we're taking at least 50 to not more than 40, correct?
Yes, that's how it reads.
Would you agree that 25 is not more than 40?
Yes.
So could a county commission then direct this fund of not more than 40 to go to the CVB?
I don't know the answer to that.
Because currently they get 50, and if it's not more than 40, it could be 0 or 25% to the CVB. And the other would go to that. The other would go to that list that is in the bill that you mentioned.
Yes. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So, I mean, the list of things that they can pay for, that the city and county can pay for with this money, are those things that they can pay for with other monies?
I'm sure. But the code says that the balance of the money, which under my amendment would be 60% instead of 40%, it has to be expended for those items, and it says for no other purpose. So it couldn't be used for anything other than numbers 1 through 11 on page 6.
Sure, but is there anything in our code that says that they can't use their other money for these purposes?
No, not at all.
So your commission could technically give more money to their Parks and Rec, just not from this fund?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
So what problem is this fixing?
It is simply trying to even the necessity. The purpose is, as I stated earlier, perhaps the CVBs can operate on a little less money than when this whole concept was created many years ago through the digital age.
Would you say that 50-50 is even?
Yeah, that's very true.
So then how is 60-40 even?
The necessity, even per necessity. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I spoke to my CVB this morning, and they are vehemently opposed to this amendment. In the past year, their hotels have been 35% less occupied. The pandemic was really hard on tourism where I am. Here in Charleston, and they have a 50-mile radius. That includes Fayetteville, so my CVB is doing work to try to get people to Fayetteville also. I also talked to my friend, the Secretary of Tourism. We all voted to up her position because we're all for tourism here, and the Department of Tourism vehemently opposes this amendment because tourism is important to West Virginia, and so I don't know why we would be defunding our tourism. Thank you.
Lady in 32nd, Doug Kessinger is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not every day that you get to hear from all three members of the 32nd District, but when you do, it's probably because it has something to do with tourism, because the gentleman from the 26th is absolutely correct. I am incredibly blessed to have grown up in what I believe is the most beautiful county in this entire state. I love Fayette County. I love we have excellent food. We have awesome, beautiful scenery. If you love the outdoors, Fayette County is for you. If you haven't been, please come visit us. Let me take you out to lunch because I'm incredibly proud of where I come from. And it's for that reason that I am going to speak up in opposition to my colleagues' amendment. We hear all the time about the impact that tourism has on our state, and for every dollar we spend, we get back. I think the last number I heard was we get the return on that dollar investment is almost $7 for every dollar that we spend. And so that's just the short-term benefit of advertising tourism in West Virginia. That doesn't even take into consideration the long-term benefit of when people come to West Virginia, visit our state, fall in love with this state, and come here. And you know what this state doesn't have too much of? People. And so last year I had an opportunity. I was actually at the Republican National Convention, and somebody heard I was from West Virginia. And usually when people ask me if I'm from West Virginia, I get a little nervous. I'm like, oh no, like what are they going to ask me? Or say, oh, I've been to Richmond. But this conversation was one of my favorite conversations that I've had about West Virginia outside of the state. This gentleman came up, heard I was from West Virginia. He asked me if I had ever been to Fayetteville. And I was like, actually, I live 20 minutes from Fayetteville. I spend a lot of time in Fayetteville. And he said, my family read about Fayetteville online and we went to visit. He was from Maryland. They wanted a short weekend trip away from home. They came to Fayetteville, spent a little bit of time there. And he said in the 3 years since he visited Fayetteville the first time, he's been back every year at least once with his family. And they're actually looking for property to buy and build in Fayette County in West Virginia. And that's what this is about. I believe that when people come to West Virginia, that when people come to Fayette County in particular, they fall in love with it. But if we're not spending money trying to get people to come here, then they're never going to know. They don't even know we exist. And so we have to make the investment to get people here. The gentleman from the 26th also mentioned the Boy Scout Jamboree. The number of testimonials that I have heard from Boy Scouts who have come here as middle schoolers and high schoolers who have said, I want to live there when I grow up. I love that state. I love everything they have to offer. offer. It's so encouraging to hear people talk about the positives of West Virginia, but until we can get people here to see what this state is about, then those negative connotations are going to continue to follow us nationally and around the world. But when they come here and they see who we are, they see the people, they see our greatest resource, the people, and they get to experience the kindness from the people who live in this area and see the natural resources that we have, the beauty of Fayette County and all of your counties for that matter. It has such an incredible impact on our state today and into the future, and so it's for that reason that I would urge the body to oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman to 43rd, Douglas Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, too, also in opposition of this amendment, mainly because I come from, no offense to my colleagues from Fayette County, but in Randolph and Pocahontas, I believe, is also the most beautiful part of this state. And in many of you, you know, we have the Monongahela National Forest, we have Snowshoe, we have Blackwater Falls, we have Seneca Rocks, you know, nearby. These places attract over 3 million visitors every year to our state. 3 million visitors to go hiking, biking, camping. Where do they come from? Most of them, yeah, we have some people from West Virginia, but many of them come from Washington, D.C., Richmond, Pittsburgh, even places far away in Ohio. And it's not all just about that, because in Elkins, we actually have the #2 rated Polar Express train in the nation. People come from all across the eastern part of the country to go to this. They book their tickets a year in advance, and we market that, and we market that to out of state. They come here, they stay at our hotels, they eat in our restaurants, and they shop locally. If we can't market to them, and if we have to face a 10% reduction, we're going to be losing out on millions and millions of dollars in visitors to our state. So with that being said, I urge rejection of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this can be a learning experience. And I've taken to heart what the gentleman from 29th said, and perhaps the person behind the amendment didn't do so much due diligence as he should have. I'm not sure. But I can tell that this vote is going to be razor thin. And so for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Does the chair hear objection? No objection is heard. The amendment will be withdrawn. Are there further amendments? If not, clerk will read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 488 relating to distributing hotel occupancy tax to Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require some oversight and accountability relating to the Convention and Visitor Bureaus in the state. This bill would require CVBs to submit an annual financial report to the state auditor, the legislative auditor, and the county or municipality from which the CVB receives funding. The bill also puts a 3-year moratorium on the creation of a new CVB. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passing, yes, the gentleman to 48th, Douglas Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a Rule 49 that I have a local CVB who is a client.
Yes, under the set of facts related to the chair by the gentleman earlier in the day, it would be the ruling that the chair, the gentleman does belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals, and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Yes, gentleman to 50th, Douglas Ward. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the chair, Governor Org, to yield.
Yes.
Now, this is in Code Section 7, which deals with counties.
Yes.
Well, how's this going to affect the Code 8 that deals with municipalities? Because it's almost identical word for word now.
Well, the CVB regulation is in this part of the code.
I believe it's also in Code 8 in the section.
That a municipality can create one as well.
Okay. But does this affect that code? I mean, I think that's word for word. They're pretty much the same thing in both sections. I'm going by memory from my day.
When we were working with the CVB groups, this is the code that they operate under. So the municipality code doesn't affect the CVBs that we're talking about.
Should have go back and maybe fix that one too, because the code on 8, I think, says this will conflict with code section 8.
Well, I don't have 8 pulled up in front of me, but the way that, you know, when we worked this through the Senate and the House, everybody was positive that the CVBs are operating under this section of code. Now, maybe something we can go back and take a look at next year if we need to clean up that side of it, but the CVBs are that we're talking about, those are created in that part of the code that we're working with.
I know as a former mayor, we always went by this section code 8.
Right.
And that's how we did it in municipalities. So I think there's a conflict here, and you don't think so? I was looking at the she may have the answer.
Oh, yeah, okay. So if you go to page 4.
Yeah, and I think I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so there is a section that deals with municipalities in there.
In this section?
In this bill, yes.
But
if I go to page 4 of it.
Yeah, I saw that in there, but I think it still has there's a conflict there and there with the other section in code 8.
You know, this section does not mention Chapter 8, but if a Convention and Visitors Bureau is located within the municipality, county, or region, the governing body of such municipality shall appropriate the percentage required by this section to that bureau. If a Convention and Visitors Bureau is not located within such municipality, a county, or region, or a bureau located within such municipality has not complied with the requirements that we set out here because we put new requirements on them, then the percentage of appropriation required by this subsection shall be allocated as follows, and then you fall down there under A and B. So it would control that amount of money that's coming in from the hotel motel occupancy tax to that municipality. It's still going to get controlled by this.
Well, I understand that, but it just kind of like it's like in the past, the code's always been identical.
Right.
And so I'm afraid that this is going to conflict, and but that's my concern.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just think that this is, I mean, I'm going to support the bill, but I think there is a problem with our code, the way it's set up, so after this bill passes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, the 55th Delegate Ward is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure, since the gentleman withdrew his amendment, but request Rule 49, as I have a seat on the Board of Directors with the Hardy County Parks and Recreation.
Okay, under that set of facts, it would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman would belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and would be directed to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 488, relating the distributing hotel occupancy tax to Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 521, extending licensure renewal term of certain private investigators, security guards, and associated firms.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to correct overlooked provisions from House Bill 4749 to increase the term of a license for private investigators and security guard service providers from 1 year to 2 years. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 521, extending licensure renewal term of certain private investigators, security guards, and associated firms.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 529, correcting improper citation relating to DMV registration.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 29th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to correct an incorrect code citation due to a clerical error. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 529, correcting improper citation relating to DMV registration.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, permitting Economic Development Authority to make working capital loans from revolving loan fund capitalized with federal grant funds.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 16th, Douglas Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534 would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to loans made by the West Virginia Economic Development Authority for business or industrial development projects. Current law requires the West Virginia Board of Treasury Investments to make up to $175 million available from the Consolidated Fund, subject to a liquidity determination, and this bill would increase that limit to $250 million. The bill would also eliminate the restriction that the EDA cannot make loans for working capital if that loan is from a revolving loan fund capitalized with federal grant funds, including but not limited to federal grant funds received from the U.S. EDA, which we currently have, and that this would allow. The bill restricts the EDA from entering into contracts or agreements with financial institutions for banking goods or services without approval of the state treasurer. The amendment that was adopted yesterday also adds the state treasurer or his or her designee to the EDA board and makes a modification lowering the interest rate charged from the fund to the EDA. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I do urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman first, Doug McGeehan, is recognized.
Will the chair yield real quick? Or not the chair, sponsor, the guy who explained it. Sorry.
The guy who explained it will yield.
Okay, so currently the Economic Development Authority can't make loans for working capital, correct?
That's correct.
So this is authorizing them to be able to do that?
Yes, it would.
Do you see any risk with this bill? Is there any risk aversion put into this bill at all?
Interestingly, I questioned that personally in the Committee on Finance.
Like personal guarantees, anything like that?
So, two things. Number one, they take a first position on any notes that they give. They will not take a second position or anything like that. Secondarily, in this particular instance, they have funds that have come from coronavirus relief. Their practices and procedures have already been reviewed by the federal government. So this is essentially in response to what the federal government has handed down. And if we do not authorize their ability to do this using those federal funds, they will have to give them back to the federal government.
Okay, thanks.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 3 noes, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, permitting Economic Development Authority to make working capital loans from revolving loan fund capitalized with federal grant funds.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of State Police Forensic Laboratory.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having read? If not, the gentleman from the 27th, Doug Gearhart, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613 would codify classifications and salaries for employees in the State Police Forensic Laboratory. The bill provides for promotion of these employees shall include the classifications set forth in the bill based on the Forensic Lab Career Progressive System. The bill also requires a written manual be provided to individuals within the Forensic Laboratory governing any system established under the provisions of this section, and specific procedures shall be identified for the evaluation of promotion or reclassification of these individuals. Finally, the bill provides for inclusion of these civilian employees in longevity salary increase. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I suggest passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If
Mr.
not,
Speaker.
Yes, lady in 49th.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would love to.
When I was reviewing that, that is not the bill that I had some people reaching out to me asking me, saying that the retired people can work longer and they're worried they're not going to be able to move up the ladder.
This bill does not involve retirement.
Okay, thank you.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed.
House amended and passed. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 392, creating penalty for impersonating law enforcement officer or official.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 392.
The senior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur on the House amendments to Senate Bill 392. Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to add a possible period incarceration to the penalty for impersonating a law enforcement officer or official. The House amendment only corrects a reference to the agency's name. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate. Does the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 392? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adoption. The question now is on passage the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 626, updating regulation for purchase of automobile catalytic converters.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 626.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 626. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the amendment of the House of Delegates.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed amendment merely adds clarifying language. The purpose of the bill is to increase restrictions on scrapyard purchases of catalytic converters. It creates an offense of possession of undocumented converters. Consistent with the Senate intent, the House amendment requires persons purchasing and selling converters over the internet to qualify as a scrap metal dealer. Failure to comply is a misdemeanor with penalties consistent with the Senate-created offense. The Senate amendment to the House amendment provides cleanup language and limits the internet offense to persons in this state only. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is the adoption of the amendment to the House amendments to Senate Bill 626. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 626 as amended.
Senior Senator for the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 626 as amended. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 626 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House refused to recede from its amendments and requests the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2267, establishing an optional bus operator in residence program for school districts.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recede from its amendments to House Bill 2267.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate recede from its amendments to House Bill 2267. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to establish locally funded recruitment and training programs for prospective bus operators. As amended, the bill also allowed retired bus operators to accept employment as a critical needs substitute bus operator. The House refused to concur with the bill as amended. However, the original intent of the bill would be ineffective. I urge we recede.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you probably remember that it was my amendment that I did here on the floor, part and parcel with the Junior Center from the 8th. In meeting with folks from the House as well as from the state pension folks, we're not really going to be able to accomplish what we were trying to in the confines of this bill, and we can try again next year, but I don't want to lose what's a good bill over something that we tried to make work, but in the end couldn't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate recede from the amendments to House Bill 2267. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended by deletion. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House adopted House Concurrent Resolution 24, urging Congress to extend federal tax incentives to participants in Jumpstart savings programs that are similar to those that are currently provided to participants in college savings plans pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 529.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be considered for adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is at the instance of the Treasurer of the state of West Virginia. Members of this body will remember that we have acted upon legislation that would create a Jump Start savings program. And the resolution is a concurrent resolution asking our congressional delegation in Washington and the President to consider enacting a federal tax benefit that would go along with the state tax benefit provided for in the bill that we passed, that would make it similar to college savings plans. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
House Concurrent Resolution 98 for West Virginia's Public Employee Insurance Agency Finance Board to examine how they can enhance reimbursement rates to providers.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 99 requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study child care in the state of West Virginia.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 100 requesting study on how local health departments are funded and supported.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 101 requesting a study of the state's laboratory needs and the utilization of private laboratories.
Message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2363 relating to best interests of the Child Protection Act of 2021 and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report will be received. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that all reports be taken up for immediate consideration. Request that the one report be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2363 relating to best interests of Child Protection Act of 2021. First reading of the bill.
Report be received. Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2776, creating the Air Ambulance Patient Protection Act, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 2776, creating the Air Ambulance Patient Protection Act. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 3089, making utility workers essential employees during a state of emergency, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 3089, making utility workers essential employees during a state of emergency. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 73 by Senator Smith expiring certain executive emergency orders issued during coronavirus pandemic.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 44 by Senator Lindsay recognizing public service of the Honorable Todd Kaufman.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 45 by Senator Baldwin recognizing Centennial of West Virginia Board of Architects.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 46 by Senators Phillips and Stallings recognizing Buffalo Elementary on being Imagine Learning's March Math Madness champions.
Under rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 74 originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the feasibility of legislation to reduce criminal activity and increase online marketplace transparency, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 75 originating in committee, requesting the Joint Committee on the Judiciary study the feasibility of conforming the timing of elections and ballot initiatives of political subdivisions of this state to coincide with scheduled statewide and federal primary and general elections, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
The report be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Unfinished business.
There is none.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 125, the budget bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2002 relating to broadband.
Question is on passage of the bills. I'm getting the motion. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2005 relating to health care costs. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
President. Mr. President, this bill merely places the West Virginia Insurance Commissioner in charge of enforcing the Federal No Surprises Act. It permits the assessing of penalties in rulemaking, and it becomes effective January 1st, 2022. Just to explain a little bit, this bill had three components initially. Well, actually three components initially. And there was a component about hospitals placing contracts with purchasers and third-party payers publicly on the Healthcare Authority's website. That component was removed. There was a second component about surprise billing with non-network providers, which was kind of the whole point of this bill initially, and that part was removed. The reason that part was removed is because of federal law that was passed that basically is the same, addresses the same topics. That the rules are being made. That law is expected to go into effect in January of 2022. So it kind of, by taking out the hospital contract piece, it made it, this bill is the only component remaining is the fact that in the federal law about the surprise billing, they did say that the state should have codified someone to enforce their law. Otherwise, they will enforce it. So we stripped the bill down and left in the piece that I explained. It would codify on passage the insurance commissioner in charge of enforcing the Federal No Surprises Act. And I urge passage, Mr. President.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Maroney moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2017, rewriting the criminal code. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2017, as amended yesterday on the floor of the Senate, now it contains one section of state code which it amends. It amends the section addressing the powers and duties of the West Virginia Sentencing Commission. And the new language in that section asks the Sentencing Commission to consider the work of the House of Delegates passed to us on March 31st this year that was in the second engrossment of House Bill 2017. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Second order of business. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, you request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to point to the members that we are honored to have a guest here today in the Senate, a former member of this august body and current member of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, Justice Evan Jenkins. If people could give rise and I'd like to feel welcome.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2379, make criminal invasion of privacy a felony.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
President, I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2507, remove the limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment, the bill amends 4 sections of our state code, all in the Limited Video Lottery Act. That's Article 22B of Chapter 29. The strike and insert amendment would authorize the lottery commissioner or the director of the lottery commission to conduct advertising, video lottery advertising, but only for the purpose of advising the public as to the use of the revenues generated by the video lottery operations. The bill would authorize video lottery advertising and promotional activities by licensed limited video lottery retailer permittees and licensed under the video lottery operator permittees only in accordance with legislative rules. The bill would, the strike and insert amendment would authorize rulemaking to regulate any video lottery advertising, and it removes the statutory prohibition against all limited video lottery retailer advertising using the words video lottery in the name of the approved location. It removes a requirement for notice and public hearing prior to approval of placement of a video lottery terminal, and it removes the cap on licensed limited video lottery locations during bidding process. Cap under state laws to be effective July 1, 2021. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2507, remove the limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2507 is now what was just explained as the Judiciary strike and insert amendment. Urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 24 yeas, 10 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed and the clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 24 yeas, 10 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2730 relating to persons filling federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment to the entire bill, but it made only a couple changes which were adopted by committee members, by the Committee on Amendments made by committee members as we considered the bill. The bill amends a single section of the state code, which is Chapter 38, Article 10, Section 4. Under the Federal Bankruptcy Act, it's Title 11, the United States Code, states are allowed to adopt their own schedule of exemptions, and there are federal exemptions contained in the Federal Bankruptcy Code. The bill from the House addressed that, basically making some changes in the state exemptions. The Committee on the Judiciary made some changes to those. And so under the amendments adopted by the Judiciary Committee, a debtor could exempt up to $35,000 of the equity in a residence. And that was a change from the bill we had before the House, which kept it at $25,000. And the committee adopted an amendment which allowed a debtor to exempt up to $7,500. That's up from $2,400 in the value of one motor vehicle. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 2730 relating to persons filling federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. As just discussed, this bill addresses state law exemptions that a debtor may elect, a debtor in bankruptcy under Title 11 of the United States Code. The Judiciary Committee raised the exemptions on a residence and one motor vehicle. The bill also authorizes that makes clear that a debtor in bankruptcy may have the federal exemptions that are provided under Title 11 USC or the state exemptions. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 2760 relating to economic development incentive tax credits.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would amend the provision of the West Virginia Code relating to the economic...
Oh. We recognize the Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Unanimous consent. Yes. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent to withdraw my previous motion. Request unanimous consent to amend the bill on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent now to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is a bill that this body passed 33-0 previously in the session, the Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit. The bill was sent out of here and sent to House Finance, and it would take someone much more sagacious than I am to understand why the House is not taking it up. But so what I've done is amended that bill into this bill. This is a very big bill for a lot of parts of the state. We talk about economic development here, and the historic tax credit is a driver of economic development. Over the past couple of years, the state has had $34 million of investment from historic tax credits. That's $8.5 million in tax credits and $4.8 million of new state tax revenue because of this program, Mr. President. And these are projects that wouldn't have occurred without the historic tax credit because the numbers just don't line up to make it feasible for the cash flow on these projects. And so this isn't just a Northern Panhandle bill or a Wheeling bill, or it's a Huntington bill, it's a Charleston bill, but it also is a bill that can help the historic buildings within historic districts in small towns all over the state. And so with the bill, or with this tax credit expiring in December of 2022, I would urge the body to adopt this amendment and send it to the House, because investors are looking at this and they want to know that their projects that they're looking at and budgeting for, this program is still going to be in place to allow for that to happen. And so economic development is a big driver of what we talked about this session, and this bill is in my mind a big piece of that. So I would urge adoption of the amendment, and I'll take any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there discussion? Senator from Monongalia. Senator from
Gentleman
Brooke
yield.
yield. Senator yield.
Sir, let me ask you real quick. Just, I know that you're very passionate about this, and I appreciate your efforts. But just for the sake of the members here and myself, maybe you could cite a few examples of some of these projects that have taken place, perhaps in my area or the gentleman from Wayne.
Sure. In your area, the one that comes to mind is the Morgan Hotel. I know that was a pretty big project there. The senator from Wayne, he's got his mic. It looks like he's ready, and so he would probably know a lot more than I would about projects in his district, so I might let him answer that part of the question, but I do know that part about your district, sir.
Yep. And what about your area?
In my area, we have, there's a very large building, downtown Wheeling. Was built back near the turn of the century by a man named Schmalbach, and I'm sure the senator from Ohio knows what I'm talking about. He was a German immigrant that was a brewer, and the building is massive. Then it became the headquarters for Wheeling Pittsburgh Steel, and operated as such until maybe the past decade. And so it is now being redeveloped for residential spaces, downtown Wheeling into lofts. And it's a significant structure, a significant investment, and it wouldn't have happened without this tax credit program. There are other examples in Wheeling. The Brory Lofts, I believe, is part of that as well. I could be wrong, but I think that they were a part of this tax credit program. I had a list when we had this bill on third reading, and
well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this. This is a very important bill for a couple reasons. First, it's statewide, and it has ramifications in rural areas as well as urban areas. Second, it removes the caps that have been placed on it. And the third thing is your return on investment is greater than 4 to 1. So for every dollar you put in, you get 4 in return, and that is specifically done in 18 months. So I think this is important, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comments will be brief, but I too rise in support of the amendment. I applaud the senator from Brooke for finding a way to offer this amendment or to get this bill worked into another bill. This bill hurts nobody, as Senator from Wayne just pointed out. Even if there's none of this going on in your area, the 4-to-1 return on investment generates money for the state. But then again, a lot of areas also have the benefits of the development with these tax credits in historic renovations. So it's a good bill. I'd encourage the House to take it up, and I'd encourage us all to pass it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Brooke wish to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to reiterate that, we talk about a lot of these projects in big cities, but it really is not just limited to big cities. When you have a historic district like you do, the Welch Downtown Historic District, any of those contributing structures in a place like that would fall under the purview of this and allow for redevelopment in small towns that are all over the state, and downtowns that were once vibrant little areas with shops and residential spaces above, and this could be an economic driver to help change those and rehabilitate those buildings. And so I think that we need to look at this as a statewide project that really could help. So I would urge adoption. Thank you.
The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Brooke. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2760 relating to economic development incentive tax credits. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, now is amended in addition to adding the historic tax credit, which significantly improves this bill, would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the economic opportunity tax credit. Current law provides a separate credit for small businesses, which allows a business with annual gross receipts of no more than $7 million to only create 10 new jobs to qualify for the credit. Businesses with more than $7 million in annual gross receipts must create at least 20 new jobs to qualify for a credit. The credit allowed for small businesses currently is equal up to 10% of the qualified investment to which the new job is attributable to be taken over 10 years. The bill would apply to all businesses, regardless of annual gross receipt amounts, to qualify for the 10% credit if their qualified investment creates 10 new jobs. The bill also expands the type of business that qualifies as a high-technology manufacturing business to include those businesses manufacturing drones, autonomous motor vehicles, robots, artificial intelligence machines, biotechnology products, and medical devices. High-technology manufacturing businesses that create at least 20 new jobs within 12 months of taking its qualified investment are authorized to tax credit equal to 100% of the tax attributable to the qualified investment to be taken over 20 years. The bill also specifies that a credit taken under the Economic Opportunity Tax Credit may also qualify for another credit against tax authorized by the West Virginia Code for the same qualified investment. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Weld moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2773, as amended by the House Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, would amend and reenact West Virginia Code 20-7
23. The committee substitute as amended would insert language mandating the Director of West Virginia DNR promulgate emergency rules providing for the operation of motorboats with motors greater than 10 horsepower only in a manner where no wake is created on the upper Mud River Lake. The committee substitute for House Bill 2773 as amended passed the West Virginia House of Delegates 98-0 with 2 members absent. I'd be happy to answer any questions and urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, whenever I get a haircut, that is therapeutic for me because that is the one time where I don't know if it's the silence of the phone, the pagers, whatever, but I can get some rest. Well, the past 3 years, I've been unable to do that because all the guys in my barbershop have asked for this bill to be passed now for 3 years. So I would like to thank the chairman for taking this up and getting this through and helping these guys get on the lake with their big engine boats and idle. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2830 relating generally to sex trafficking. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, House Bill 2830, there are 5 things that I want to highlight in this piece of legislation. The first is that it allows for the child victims of sex trafficking to access their juvenile adjudication records immediately and without a waiting period in a courtroom or in the circuit court where their delinquency proceeding is pending. The second thing is that it provides, and I think this is a very important part of the bill, it provides for immunity from prosecution for child victims of sex trafficking, and so that they are immune from being held criminally liable for a charge of prostitution because they were forced into a sex trafficking ring. The third thing is that it opens up who is criminally liable in a sex trafficking operation, and it's amended to include those who aid, assist, or abet the trafficking of an adult or child. And that's a big thing because these are very often large criminal enterprises, and so being able to call those people into the criminal prosecution is very important. The fourth thing is that it provides a child victim of sex trafficking that they're going to be eligible for comprehensive and specialized trauma-informed child welfare services. And so we're talking about very tragically young children who have been held captive in one of these sex trafficking rings, and so to get them the help that they need after they're released and rescued from an operation like that is in my mind, a very imperative thing. And the last thing that it does is it allows for a child victim of this crime to expunge their records of a juvenile delinquency adjudication that they may be held liable for. Urge passage of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed, and the clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2842, preventing cities from banning utility companies in city limits. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining moved to amend the bill on page 1, section 22, by striking out the section caption and inserting in lieu thereof a new section caption to read as follows.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill was second reference.
Senator from Brooke requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the Energy Committee did was that they struck out a section caption and inserted a new section caption to that so that it reads limitations on municipalities, political subdivisions, and local governing bodies' authority over energy usage and development. It then retained what came from the House in the form of the original bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Is there discussion? If not, question is an adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Energy. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2842, preventing cities from banning utility companies in city limits. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2842 does two things. The first of those is that it would restrict a municipality or local government from prohibiting or preventing utilities from providing services or a customer from connecting or reconnecting to a utility based on the energy source used by that utility, and this includes both renewable and non-renewable energy sources. The second thing that it does is that it states that any municipality or local government must preserve the ability of a property owner to use the utility service of a utility service provider that is otherwise available under this code, so they can't restrict somebody from connecting to utility service that is available to them. I urge passage of the bill. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 24 yeas, 10 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
The Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2915, relating to public records management and preservation.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 2918 relating to Family Drug Treatment Court. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, several years ago, we created family drug treatment courts, and we did so in a recognition that you have your abuse and neglect proceedings, and a lot of time those are rooted in issues that center with a parent having a substance abuse problem. And so the family drug treatment courts were created with a goal to reunify the children with the parent and help the parent and the family as a whole get through substance abuse issues that were the source of the problems that the family was facing. And so that pilot program in the bill that you have before you, 2918, makes this a permanent program. Currently, there's a limitation on how many there can be in the state, and so this bill turns it into a pilot program that can expand the number, because right now it's in at least 4, but it can be expanded. And we had testimony, or actually the Minority Council took this bill up in the Judiciary Committee and provided us with some information that right now there are 8 operational around the state. Within the next year or two, the Supreme Court believes that they're going to add 3 more of these, and then they're going to hit their funding cap, and so that'll be something we may have to look at in the future, but they're looking to expand this program. And so this bill does 3 things. First, it removes it from being a pilot program to being a permanent program. It can be statewide. It eliminates the annual reporting requirement of these family drug treatment courts to LOCIA. And lastly, there's a proviso which permits the court, in its discretion, to permit a parent to participate in this program, despite the fact that the parent has had a previous involuntary termination of their parental rights with another child. And so that's left to the court to determine in their own sound discretion. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Brooke yield, please?
Will the senator yield? The senator yields.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I see that this is a step in the right direction, but we're not really funding these family drug courts.
No. So information that was given to me by the Minority Council, and it's kind of interesting that you popped up. So there are so each program costs $100,000. And currently there are 10 that are funded through the McKesson settlement, through the opioid settlement. And then there's one in Boone County that is funded through a federal grant. And so if the court currently has 8 going, and they think that in the next year or 2 they're going to expand that number to 3, so when they hit 11, then there might be a capacity with their current funding stream, so they don't have to look at other avenues. But right now, everything's funded, and they're looking to expand up to that number.
So when these grants run out or settlements run out, would you anticipate us considering funding these family drug courts?
Personally, I would like to, and I hope that the body would do so, because in my experience at the prosecutor's office, and I think that these are effective programs, so I would absolutely hope that we would, because I think they should continue.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those voting are present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3254, authorizing members of development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis. The bill is advanced to 3rd reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the Judiciary Committee strike and insert to 3254 does is that it authorizes members of a development authority to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis, and that includes but is not limited to compensation in connection with his or her performance of other duties as assigned by the authority in connection with the June 2016 flooding event in West Virginia, if the duties and reimbursement are first approved by a vote of the authority, with the affected member being recused from voting on the question. It provides a similar exception to the same prohibition with respect to reimbursements of members' necessary expenditures in connection with performance of general duties as members of the authority. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3254, authorizing members of development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke? No. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the motion. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed and the clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care and Development. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental increases federal block grant spending authority for the Division of Human Services, Child Care and Development Fund by $55 million. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3287, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation increases the Special Revenue Spending Authority, $48,000, to the current expenses line item appropriation in the Law Enforcement, Safety, and Emergency Worker Funeral Expense Payment Fund within the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3288, supplementing and amending appropriations by decreasing and increasing existing items of appropriation in the DHHR. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. A supplemental realigns funds within DHHR. It decreases the Division of Human Services Medical Services line by $4,660,595 and the Division of Health Primary Care Support by $3,040,040. It increases Division of Human Services Medical Services Administrative costs by $7,700,635. An amendment to the bill also adds in lines for the governor's office. It decreases their current expense line by $65,000 and puts those funds into the equipment line. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage, and the clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3289, supplemental appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation would increase federal spending authority in the amount of $100,000 within the Personal Services and Employee Benefits line item appropriation within the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk closes the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3291, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation would increase federal spending authority in the amount of $20 million within the current expenses line item appropriation within the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. You've already closed the machine. You've already closed the machine. Sorry. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3292, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental increases federal spending authority for the Division of Health's current expenses line by $90 million. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3293, relating to single-sex participation in interscholastic athletic events. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 3293, as amended by Senate Education, provides legislative findings regarding the state's important government interest in ensuring equal athletic opportunity for biological females. It defines biological sex, female and male. It requires all public secondary schools and state institutions of higher education to designate teams according to biological sex. It prohibits biological males from competing on teams designated for biological females where selection for such team is based upon competitive skill or the activity involved in a contact sport. Provides a cause of action for students aggrieved and harmed by violation of this section and requires the promulgation of rules. Happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Jefferson yield?
Will the senator yield? The senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, you know, I appreciate the changes that were made to the committee's strike and insert. after we had some discussion, but I did want to kind of ask you a couple questions on what the result of that would be. Any individual, and I think it says a student, doesn't it? A minor student or their parent, because the parent would have to do the actual challenge of a violation by somebody who may be transgender playing a sport. The challenge would come from a student, isn't that correct? I mean, a student would be allowed to challenge another player as to whether they're playing in a single-sex sport under the appropriate gender.
I don't believe that it specifies it has to be a student, and I want to point out that the State Board of Education and the Higher Education Policy Commission would have to promulgate rules. There is, under the cause of action, it does say that a student aggrieved by a violation of this section may bring an action, but I don't think it specifies that a challenge has to be made by a student.
I'm going to read it. It says, any student aggrieved by a violation of this section may bring an action against a county board of education or state institution of higher education.
Yes, that's if there's a violation for not following this state code, but were you referring to just challenging whether or not someone was of the right biological?
Well, let me be clear. My issue is that private individuals can bring an action. It says student, but that would have to come from a parent of a student, I presume, because most students in secondary education are minors, and they would have to have an adult on their behalf represent them.
I assume that if they're minors, that their parents would have to do it on their behalf.
And you know, again, I appreciate the fact that you've tried to add some confidentiality to this by the student not being identified in the pleading, but if a student would be challenged, that student would have to be notified and, you know, some action taken to determine their gender, I presume. Would that be accurate?
That would be accurate, and that would probably be specified in the rules that are developed by the Board of Education and Higher Education Policy Commission.
Well, I'm sticking with secondary education now, because I want to ask you, what effect do you think that would have on a 14, 15, 16-year-old girl that might be a tomboy, but a hell of an athlete, and an opposing player or parent of an opposing player challenges them, or somebody on the same team challenges them because she's the star of the club, and they want them all, they want that person off of the club. What psychological effect do you think that'll have on that child, on that poor girl or poor boy that might be a little bit, you know, not manly enough for somebody, and they challenge their gender?
So I want to point out that what we allow for in here is that a student who feels aggrieved by a violation can bring an action against a county board of education or a state institution, not against an individual.
But it's got to involve the individual. I mean, how's the county board of education going to defend itself unless it has that individual pulled out, sent to a physician or some other reputable person to determine what their gender is?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but if the State Board of Education and the Higher Education Policy Commission set rules for implementation, and the County Board of Education or state institution does not follow those rules, then they won't be able to defend themselves. But if they're following the rules, I think they would be protected because they're following the rules.
But if that child is identified in any way, if that child is singled out, if nobody else knows but that child, what effect do you think that's going to have on that child's psychological well-being?
I don't see where we're singling out any particular student. And what I do see is that we're defending women's sports for women, for girls, and we're giving an opportunity for our institutions to have that as their policy, as we are told to do because of Title IX.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there any evidence that there had ever been any transgender student play for the single-sex team opposite what their biological birth record indicated? Did we have one case in West Virginia that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you not see that what we've done here is open up the opportunity for unfair attacks against boys and girls who, if they're a girl, they're maybe a little too tomboyish. If they're a boy, maybe they're a little too effeminate, but that we're opening them up for attack from people who may want to embarrass them, even without justification?
Thank you. So I just want to point out two things in response. One is that the court still would need to determine that they're standing that for that student who is making the allegation. So it's not like it's an automatic process. And second of all, I just want to point out that this bill is not about transgender individuals. It is about women and girls sports and our interest in protecting sports for women and girls. And again, I want to point out, Title IX actually gives the states that responsibility.
Is it limited to just girls' sports? I thought it applied to both sexes. Am I wrong about that? It appears to be for both sexes, Senator.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing something.
No, I'm sorry. Just one second, because before I answer you, I just want to make certain that my answer is correct.
That's fine. And it really doesn't matter, Senator. You don't need to dwell on that, but if you can find it quickly, it'd be helpful.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so in page 3, lines 40 to 42, athletic teams or sports designated for females, women, or girls shall not be open to students of the male sex where selection for such teams is based upon competitive skill or the activity involved is a contact sport. And
Thank you.
Currently, I just want to point out that girls have been allowed to participate in sports for men, for boys, in certain circumstances, and that is because they do not always have access to all of the different athletic opportunities. And that is exactly the reason for Title IX and exactly the reason for why we want to protect girls and women's sports.
Sure,
so
sure, I do too.
It is usually not a problem when it comes to girls wanting to participate in men's sports, but I just want to point out we're trying to protect girls and women's sports.
And I do too. And it makes it a little easier for this argument because now all we have to worry about is the poor Tom girl who grows up and, you know, might look a little boyish. Do you not think she's going to be open to attack by an opposing team or a teammate on the basis of gender? Wrongly. I mean, it could be wrongly. But if the school board has to defend itself, do you not think they're going to have to, that little girl's not going to know that somebody challenged her gender? So I appreciate the hypothetical situation that could occur. And as someone who used to be a tomboy, and I had this discussion earlier with my staff, as the only girl and having 4 brothers that I grew up with, I was an absolute tomboy. I did not like wearing skirts, believe it or not, and I was very much into athletics and sports. I can tell you that it is still pretty obvious if you I'm sorry, they still what? I missed that.
It is still pretty obvious if you are of the biological sex. And the other issue I want to point out, it's the way that we wrote this bill, and we did it very carefully. It is only if there is, a concern. One of the reasons for why it is in our interest to protect women's and girls' sports is because there is a very big physical difference and advantage for biological males. There's been, and I'm not going to be able to cite it off memory, but I was the captain of my cross-country team, and I was really good, and we would run together, both the boys and the girls. And even though I was the fastest girl on the girls' team, the slowest boy on the boys team could still beat me. So, I mean, that's just one of many examples I could cite. And there is an inherent interest that we have in the state to give girls an opportunity, to give women an opportunity. It makes a difference in their ability to get scholarships. It makes a difference in their developing of leadership. And I will tell you that it was something that is inherently of the interest of this state, because we do believe in women and girls. There was a statistic that I saw somewhere that said that a high percentage of women executives, CEOs, were involved in athletics. So it just goes to show you that having those opportunities for women and girls is very important in order for us to right the many ways in which women have been disadvantaged.
Well, Senator, this isn't about opportunity for girls to play without interference from boys, because we've never had one of those cases. We've never had any boy try to play on a girl's team. The question is, how would you have felt when you were a tomboy growing up if somebody had challenged your gender? What would that have done to your self-esteem? What would that have done to your psychological outlook? Because there's nothing in this bill that says it has to be a serious concern. It just says that you have a cause of action if you've been aggrieved by a violation. So you're going to get to file the case. You're going to get to file it in court, and sure, it's going to say, you know, Jane Doe versus MH, but that child, for the school board to defend himself, they're going to have that child examined. That child's going to know that somebody challenged her gender.
I don't think it's going to necessarily have to be an examination, and that is one of the reasons to have rules be established. It could be as simple as a birth certificate. It could be as simple as an affidavit signed by the physician. I don't think we need to, you know, overcomplicate it. And I'm certain that the HEPC and the Board of Education will choose the simplest method.
It may be as simple as an affidavit. It may be as serious as a pelvic exam with a child's feet up in stirrups being examined by an OBGYN.
Well, it's a really good thing that as the legislative body, we're going to be able to see those rules when they get developed.
Well, I'm concerned about it. The rules don't have anything to do with the court challenge section. It does say that but you know that the WVSSAC already has rules in place to prevent boys from being on women's teams.
Actually, they do not. What we have, and I've been grateful that we've had a member that's been able to get us all copies of it. So what this document is an internal policy for the board of directors to have in case there were to be a question, so that they would have something to guide their decision making. But it is not a rule, and they have not established any rules regarding transgender.
You don't think an internal directive to the board of directors is a rule that they're going to follow?
No, it's not, and it has not been voted on or approved by their members.
Are you aware of any instance where there's been a situation where there's been a male on a female team?
Well, I already answered
Virginia?
that I did not know of any in West Virginia, but I have heard in other states. I also want
how do
to
we know
point
they're not
out,
going to follow? How do you know they're not going to follow their internal directives?
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I couldn't hear the answer that was being given to the question. I think the questioner had moved on to a second question. I don't think the chairman had completed her answer.
Well, I apologize, Mr. President. I thought she'd completed.
The gentleman's point of order is well taken. Questions will be asked, and answers will be given.
I apologize, Senator. I thought you'd finished. Go right ahead.
No problem. I just wanted to point out that one of the considerations about this internal policy, if you read it, and it was actually highlighted in the copy that we got today, you know, it makes it in this internal policy that the individual school, we're talking about our public schools, would have the responsibility of dealing with this situation if it were to arise, and it would definitely open them up for legal challenge. So this is one of the reasons for why I think it's important, and we did pass a bill earlier, that we have some say in these rules, because we certainly do not want to put our public schools in a situation where they are going to be sued. And I'm sorry, you may now, I hope that's okay, and you may now ask your other question.
I think we got to the second question. Let me ask you then, because this includes higher education too, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
That's our colleges and universities around the state, correct?
Yes, the
Now,
public, yes.
The NCAA has very, very detailed rules on the handling of a situation of a male participating in female sports, don't they?
No, actually, you're not correct. And it's something that I did talk about, or at least was brought up in the committee. I have their policy with me somewhere in here. It is a guidance.
It is a what?
A guidance. They developed guidance for institutions who want to allow for transgender participation, and it is a very, they attempt to be specific, and they give certain criteria if you're going to allow transgender male to participate in women's sports. But it is not a rule, and it is not a policy.
Are you aware of guidance not being followed by higher education in West Virginia?
Not in West Virginia, but there are actually many states that have different policies and rules that are diverge from what the NCAA policy is. So it has happened before.
Certainly you agree that our statute isn't going to look anything like the NCAA rules or guidance, whatever you want to call them.
No, it's not really addressing their guidance. It is actually creating a protection for women's sports in the state of West Virginia. And of course, it is the state's authority to enforce Title IX in this state and to determine what their interest is in protecting women's and girls' sports.
I mean, I've got the NCAA guidance here. It's a pretty detailed set of instructions and also includes education for our schools. And again, I'm not faulting you for trying to make sure that girls only have to play girls in single-sex sports. I'm certainly not faulting you. My overriding concern is what effect it's going to have on a 16 or 17-year-old girl who may be a little tomboyish, who may be a heck of an athlete, and who gets challenged by a parent of the same team or a parent of opposing team. And you're right, it may be nothing more than showing their birth certificate and the school complies, but it's going to scar that young lady for the rest of her life. Mr. President, I just want to take a second to say I do not oppose the amendment. It's a heck of a lot better than the original bill, but I will speak in opposition to this bill at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the senator from Jefferson will yield.
The senator from Jefferson yields. The senator yields.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Good morning.
Good morning.
I wasn't planning to address this until we took up the bill, but I was the individual who put the West Virginia, I'm going to go ahead and read it into the record. The transgender policy of the West Virginia Secondary School Activities Commission. This is what it says at the top. In the event a member school or its governing authority determines to permit transgender students to participate in interscholastic athletics, the WVSSAC has adopted the following policy to govern such participation. That doesn't sound like just an internal document that schools can decide to follow or not, or that the WVSSAC can decide to follow or not.
It's not an internal document of the schools. It's an internal document of the WVSSAC Board of Directors. And we called Bernie Dolan to specifically verify, because we had asked in committee, someone had asked for, what is the WVSSAC policy regarding transgender? And we were told there wasn't any. So we specifically looked into it. So this is an internal policy for their Board of Directors that they created in case there were to be a situation in which they want to address this participation of transgender.
But I read that, I'm sorry, I thought you were
problem.
finished. I read that correctly. The WVSSAC has adopted this policy, right?
I don't know what to tell you. Bernie Dolan says this is an internal policy for the Board of Directors. It is not one that has been adopted by the WVSSAC as a rule.
Okay, well, I think we're playing games with language here. It does say that the WVSSAC has adopted this policy, correct? Please.
That is what it says on the top of here, but above it, it says WVSSAC Board of Directors. And I'm just letting you know what Mr. Dolan said.
I'm sorry? Yeah. And as far as I know, Bernie Dolan did not testify to your belief as far as the significance of this policy, right?
No, he did not testify.
Because we were told by the West Virginia SSAC that this is their policy and this is what they have the schools follow. So I just want to make sure the record's clear because, again, we're playing with words here just to suggest to minimize the import of this policy. But regardless of what you believe this policy is or isn't, I just want to make sure I understand it. Number one, it says the transgender student school shall make the initial determination as to whether a student may participate in interscholastic athletics and in a gender that does not match the gender assigned to him. So the school makes that first determination, correct?
According to this internal document, yes.
Sure. And if there's a conflict with, not a conflict, but if a party is upset with that determination, then it goes to the West Virginia SSAC Board of Directors on appeal, correct?
I'm not 100% certain. Again, I point out that I'm not a lawyer, and I would assume that if there is a problem or a conflict, that is what would normally happen.
Well, that's what the policy says, right?
Well, actually, what I see here is that they would give the school the authority to determine how to handle it.
Sure. But any such appeal will be heard by the WVSSAC Board of Directors. That's what it says.
If there's an appeal.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the Board of Directors' decision, it says in subparagraph C, the board's deliberations will be limited to the question of whether the transgender student represents a threat to competitive equity or the safety of teammates or opposing players. You see that?
Yes.
So it takes into consideration the safety of players and the equity of the issue, correct?
Correct.
And it's specific to every circumstance.
It's very similar to what we're passing in this legislation today, if it were to pass.
Well then, why would this body, if it's similar, why would this body take the decisions away from the school and the West Virginia SAC and the appeals process?
As I pointed out before, this actually opens up the schools for legal action, and it is, as I pointed out, not a rule. It is an internal document that they are using if the circumstances were to come up, but it is in the state's interest, and obviously this is a policy decision, but it is in the state's interest to protect women and girls sports, and what this bill does would essentially be following this model of protecting women and girls sports for the future of West Virginia and for the future of our girls.
Well, this policy does not, from the West Virginia SSAC, does not only protect women, it protects all students, transgender, or all students under the sun, not just boys, girls, but transgender as well. Right?
Are you, okay, you're asking me if I believe it's doing that?
This policy that's been adopted by the West Virginia SSAC.
I believe that our state law would, if again this becomes law, it would also do the same.
Well, then what's the purpose of the law then? Other than the political advantages, potentially, but if we already have a policy in place, as determined by the West Virginia Secretary of School Activities, what are we doing here on this bill?
Again, I want to point out that this has not been adopted as a rule for the schools, the member schools to follow, and it does not provide protection for our schools.
Mr. President, may I speak to the amendment?
You can speak to the bill.
Oh, it's already been... oh, okay, Mr. President, I apologize. I thought we were on the amendment. But may I ask unanimous consent to speak to the bill?
Yes. Approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, what's clear as black and white and as on this page, I'm going to read it into the record again because I think it's worth noting why we don't need HB 3293. In the event a member school or its governing authority determines to permit transgender students to participate in interscholastic athletics, the WVSSAC has adopted the following policy to govern such participation. It's actually called the WVSSAC Transgender Student Policy. It's specific to the student that is seeking to play a sport. It's a process that seeks to make sure, not just for female students, but for all students, whether or not the transgender student represents a threat to competitive equity or safety of teammates or opposing players. So we're here discussing a bill that is already solved if the intentions are true for this bill, a problem that's already solved. I would suggest to you a problem that doesn't exist, because we, as a caucus, spoke to representatives of the West Virginia Secretary of School Activities Commission, and they said there wasn't a case on the high school level as far as transgender students. Then, in fact, if it comes up at all, it comes up in the middle school level. So we're talking 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Clearly, no one's working for a college scholarship on that level. If I could just share just a few things too as well in addition to that. I've said before, like many of you, I've played sports ever since I was 8 or 9 years old, athletic sports, organized sports. I played on good teams, bad teams. I played on teams where I was the star. I played on teams where I rode the bench pretty hard. One specifically was when I started playing baseball. I played junior league baseball here at Capital Midwestern in Charleston, and I was horrible. I was a horrible player. My brother and I played for Hardee's, and we only got to play the last 2 innings of the game, because that's when you're bad, when you're not good at that sport, that's what ends up happening, because you're required to play. The last game of the season, I always played right field. For the last game of the season, my coach put me on third base, and I played the entire game. And I couldn't catch a ball. Balls went by me all the time. I couldn't field the ball. I was so bad that the coach's wife was screaming from the bleachers to take me out of third base. That's how bad I was, honestly. And so afterwards, obviously, I went home and shed a tear or two. But then we had a wall in our neighborhood where I could just throw a tennis ball with a mitt, because I was convinced that I would come back and play third base the next year. We actually played for an expansion team, Mario's Pizza, the next year. The city councilman Adam Knopf played on the same team, so we were all all-stars. Anyway, I started every game at third base. I completed every game at third base. I was practically an all-star in that regard. I still couldn't hit a lick, but I was good enough to run the base pads. The point of this story is because sports allowed me to overcome my difference, overcome my infirmities. It challenged me for the first time in my life to show that I could overcome these barriers. And that's a good lesson to learn. I like to consider myself a great athlete, but there's no way I was ever going to be an Olympian or play in a pro sport. But that's not what sports is about. It's an outlet. It allows students to overcome challenges. That's an important lesson. Not only that, teams or the groups, if you played on teams, are usually the first groups of people that you're accepted in, that you're welcomed in. The camaraderie. That's just as important as playing the sport. Why would we pass legislation when there's already a policy in place that swoops down and takes that opportunity away from a student? Middle school students, I add. Because again, what we heard from WVSSAC was we see this in middle school, not in high school. And let me remind the body as well, because this was said in support of a measure earlier this session. the phrase "our students." Remember, our students, our children, they're black and white, they're rich and poor, they're abled and disabled, they're gay and straight, and they're transgender. Why would we pursue a policy that separates those individuals? There's just no need for it. Again, because the outlet of sports is so important to a young person's life, because it allows them to overcome challenges, because it allows them to be accepted in a group. And we're talking about a specific set of students that are already having issues as it is. I can't imagine the pressure of a middle school student who identifies as a different gender trying to get along in their school. I'm all for women's sports, but that's not what this bill is. This bill specifically says on page 2, classifications based on gender identity serve no legitimate relationship to the state of West Virginia's interest in promoting equal athletic opportunities. So to sell it to the public, we talk about women, but what this bill does is it separates children at their weakest time, and there's just no public policy in support of it. There's no benefit to it. All it does is seek to divide. It gives us, the public, the nation, another reason to joke about West Virginia for pursuing such a policy in the first place. Vote for our children, vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you. Would the Senator yield, Chair Lady?
Senator from Jefferson yields. Senator yields.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for yielding. So I was just going back and forth between discussion here between what's considered policies and I think rules and regulations of the SSAC. And I understand that the policy that was laid on our desk, you're saying is the internal policy. Do internal policies or rules and regulations of the SSAC govern sports in West Virginia?
No.
So the internal policy, the reason I was looking here is that, I went to the WSAC's website as this came up, and I was looking, I thought, well, I want to look at this policy. What I found is it says that the rules and regulations, the Constitution and bylaws of the WVSSAC are the rules and regulations of the Commission. So what we have before us is an internal policy, and you're saying that it's not the internal policy that governs sports, but it's the rules and regulations that governs the sports.
That is correct.
That's correct? Okay. Well, what I found, I appreciate you answering my question. I'll just speak to the bill if that's okay. Mr. President, I just went in and looked at the Constitution and rules and regulations of the WVSSAC as current on their website here, and I did a word search for transgender, and it came up 0. This policy, which is not what governs sports in West Virginia, it has nothing to do with the rules and regulations that govern sports in West Virginia. Because when you look at the rules and regulations of WSSAC, transgender, which is mentioned in this policy, 1, at least 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on times, is nowhere in the rules and regulations whatsoever of the WSSAC that governs athletics. And the other thing is I think that, the senator that spoke here a second ago, talking about having such a trouble in a sport, is one of the issues we're talking about. Because you know what? I may not be very competitive in a male sport. But what I could do is identify as female or say that I do and go dominate in a female sport because of the physical advantage that is just naturally given to a male over a female. So, which is what this bill's about. So, Mr. President, I rise in support of this bill.
Further discussion? Senator from Boone. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if this body is concerned about what this bill does or could do to a transgender person in West Virginia. But the West Virginia State Medical Association, the West Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the West Virginia Psychological Association, and the West Virginia School Psychologist Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics on a national level are very concerned about what this would do to a transgender person, student in West Virginia. They say many trans youth already face an uphill battle in nearly every part of their lives. 84% of transgender youth feel unsafe at school. Nearly half trans youth attempt suicide. Think about that. And the trans community is increasingly the target of violence and harassment. This bill will further ostracize young transgender people from their peers. The West Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics opposes House Bill 3293. Their organization works toward all children and adolescents, regardless of gender identity or expression, receiving care to promote optimal physical, mental, and social well-being. Any discrimination based on gender identity or expression damages the socio-emotional health of children, families, and society. Again, transgender youth in West Virginia are higher risk of suicide than their cisgender peers, and this bill will only further the discrimination transgender youth experience. They again ask us to reject this bill. Transgender already face a higher risk of suicide and depression, and again, it would further harm too many West Virginia's most vulnerable. So whether we are concerned about the unintended consequences of this bill, the people that are specialists and people that are on the front line clearly have an issue. So it is with that regard, and the fact that I think the SSAC does cover and does have a policy, should this ever become an issue. So we're creating legislation for a problem that doesn't exist, and it does have unintended negative consequences. I urge a no vote.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to stand today and explain my vote on this issue. It's a difficult one. It's an odd one. It's not an issue. When I first ran for the legislature in 2014, if you had said this was a bill that you'd be debating and taking up, I wouldn't have even understood the concept, to be honest with you, Mr. President. It's a tough issue. We're talking about young kids, high school kids, and college athletes. It's just a tough issue. And so I understand the concept as I've started to research it. I still don't understand the whole transgender issue. I don't. I'll fully admit. It's just not something that I fully understand. But what I do understand, Mr. President, is the law. And so I started to do some research on this issue because it's just something that I didn't know about. And so one of the things that I found was that recently South Dakota had a similar piece of legislation. And their governor, Kristi Noem, who was an ardent supporter of the legislation before it came to her, had to send it back to the legislature. And the bill that they had pertained to higher education, to NCAA, National Junior College Athletic Association, NAIA. And so I'm going to read Kristi Noem's statement. The NCAA is a private association. That means they can do what they want to do. If South Dakota passes a law that's against their policy, they will likely take punitive action against us. That means they can pull their tournaments from the state, they could pull their home games, they could even prevent our athletes from playing in their league. South Dakota's chances of winning a lawsuit against the NCAA are very low. Competing on the national stage means compliance with the national governing bodies that oversee college athletics. While I certainly do not always agree with the actions these sanctioned bodies take, I understand that collegiate athletics requires such a system. A 50-state patchwork is not workable. The NCAA's policy is that after a year of hormone suppression therapy, which is something that I do not understand, Mr. President, an individual can then play the sport that they want to play. And so it's a policy of inclusion after that year. This would be a policy that at no point becomes inclusionary in the higher education levels. And so we would be against the policy of the NCAA. And Governor Noem was accused of caving to the NCAA when she took the veto action, and I may likely be accused of doing the same. But I'm not, but I'm a realist. And I know the law, and I can understand the law. And the last thing that I want to do, Mr. President, is have this negatively affect any of our college athletic teams here in the state of West Virginia. I was a college athlete myself. It's hard. It's a lot of work. It's not like high school. There's much more into it. You get one day off. You get Sundays off. And so I couldn't take any action here that would potentially put into jeopardy the hard work that our college athletes put into a season. Because the NCAA, right or wrong, could say WVU, West Liberty, Fairmont, Marshall, whomever, you're no longer in the league. You can't play in the game, or you're not going to be a tournament host site. They could. And I don't agree with it, but they could, because they're a private entity. We have no jurisdiction over them whatsoever. We don't. And another thing, Mr. President, is a particular part of this bill that legally I think presents a lot of challenges, could present a lot of challenges for our colleges and universities, and I'll read from the bill. Any student aggrieved by a violation of this section may bring an action against the County Board of Education or state institution of higher education alleged to be responsible for the alleged violation. The aggrieved student may seek injunctive reliefs and actual damages, as well as reasonable attorney's fees and court costs, if the student substantially prevails. So West Liberty State University, their girls basketball team, plays Notre Dame College. It's in Ohio. So that team has a transgender female on it, and she's complied with the NCAA's policy of the year. So she comes to West Virginia to play West Liberty. Well, she can't, because of the state's policy. So she has been aggrieved by this law. So does she now have a cause of action? She's an aggrieved person. She's a student who is aggrieved by this section. Does she now have a cause of action against West Liberty State University? On the other side of that, they don't play the game at all. On high school, it's a lot different. We've got a lot of high schools in the state of West Virginia. If Brooke High didn't play Steubenville Big Red, I'm sure they could pick up another school in West Virginia to play against. But we only have so many Division I colleges in the state of West Virginia. We only have so many Division II colleges in the state of West Virginia. We're going to have to start dropping games because the policies don't align. And that's my concern here, Mr. President, is I'm looking down the road prospectively at what could happen by the inclusion of higher education in this. And again, don't get me wrong. I don't think that people who have a distinct physiological advantage over members of an opposite sex should be allowed to play a sport with them. It's unfair. But by including higher education in this, we've added another layer of complexity to an issue that is already extremely complex, extremely difficult, Mr. President. This is something that I couldn't have ever imagined that I would deal with as a legislator. When I moved to Washington, D.C. in 2003, from Wellsburg and Fairmont, the world was a completely different place. It's a lot different than anything I was used to. And while that kind of prepped me for something like this, it really didn't, to the point where I was going to have to make decisions on it. So I don't make this decision lightly, because I agree with the concept. But I also take it as someone who has to look at the reality based in law. And that's what's happening underneath this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I like the senator from Brooke struggle with this bill. Because, you know, I don't have any desire for a 250-pound boy to be playing girls' sports. But let me be clear, this isn't about men and women's and girls' locker rooms or any of that stuff. This is just a bill about sports. And it's not even about transgender kids, from my perspective. It's about your daughter. It's about your niece, your grandniece, who might be a little tomboyish and who's going to get called out because we have a provision in here giving private citizens a right to challenge their gender. Can't imagine how devastating that would be to a 14, 15, or 16-year-old girl. You know, I used to get called sissy sometimes. It was hard. You know, you get bullied. It's hard when people pick on you. Imagine if it's the authority. Imagine if it's your school authority that has to bring you in, question your parents, perhaps submit you to a physical examination because some jealous parent who has a kid on your team doesn't like that you get all the accolades and all the newspaper clippings. Or an opposing team who thinks they can vie for a state championship if you're not on the girls' basketball team and wants to put a little wrench in the wins of a certain school. That's what we're going to allow here. That's what we're going to encourage people to do. We've given private individuals the opportunity to challenge the gender of our children. How reckless. You know, and I hear everybody mincing words about policies and rules and, you know, is it in place? You know why it's only a policy at the WVA-SSC? Because we've never had one case of a boy trying to play women's sports in our high schools. Not one case. But yet they've gone as far as to write detailed policies on how they're going to handle it if that ever becomes an issue. I don't even want to get started into what we're doing to the outside world. My God, we look as backwards as the states that have lost the All-Star games and all kinds of sporting and entertainment events because we're backwards. We look like a bunch of rednecks from West Virginia. And this feeds right into it. You know, I was always proud to be from here. I always used to tell people when I lived in D.C. and they'd make fun of my drawl or something, that, you know, no better place to live in West Virginia. Because if you need something, your neighbors are going to help you. If you're in trouble, your friends are going to back you, and it's a great place to live. It's not getting like that anymore. We're pushing anybody different than us out. We're telling the world we don't want you here. We only want who's left here, and it gets to be fewer and fewer every year. Now, I know somebody salivating in some election room right now, oh, we're going to beat them to death. Beat them to death with the boys in the girls' bathroom advertisement if they vote against this bill. I can assure you that I will spend any amount of money in this state to make sure that everybody knows that this bill's about their daughters. It's about their grandchildren. It's about their nieces. It's about them getting attacked because they may be a little tomboyish in high school. And that's what the outcome of this bill is going to be. And that it was a bill to try to set people up in an election. We're not worried about boys playing girls sports. It's never happened here. How can we be worried about something that's never happened? How can we have a bill that is this bad, makes us look this backwards about something that has never happened? In an issue where there's policies written and ready to be employed if it ever does come up. And we have the audacity and the arrogance to tell the NCAA what we should be doing in our higher education scholastic athletics. They're probably chuckling right now listening to this debate if they even bothered to take the time to tune in. Mr. President, this bill isn't going to do anything to move West Virginia forward. It's going to move West Virginia directly to the back of the room. I urge a no vote.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish I could be as eloquent sometimes as my friend from Brooke and my friend from Harrison. But I have been sitting here listening to this debate, and I'm sorry, I don't struggle at all with a no vote on this, Mr. President. I struggle none. I have really come to the conclusion that this is a solution looking for a problem. I've sat here and listened to possible challenges, possible court hearings, possible production of birth certificates and gender challenges, and maybe even up to and including a physical exam to determine someone's gender. You know, businesses and professional teams all over the country are shying away from places that have policies like we're looking at in this chamber. Now, it's a solution looking for a problem, Mr. President, but you know, I think one thing we're all losing sight of here is the problem's not the kids. The problem's not the student athletes. I look around this room, and there's not a whole lot of youth in here. I hope I don't offend anybody, but there's not a whole lot of youth in here. When's the last time you sat down and talked to the young people in this state? Are you still campaigning at the McDonald's, having coffee in the mornings with our wonderful retired folks in our neighborhood? Or are you talking to the kids? They want a more inclusive society. My kids don't give a rat's behind what color you are, what your sexual orientation is, what you do in your personal life. The youth of today want to put that behind us. Maybe that's the problem. We're the representatives here, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're talking to the wrong people. Maybe we're not talking to the future of West Virginia. Maybe we ought to start wondering why our kids want to leave here. And maybe we ought to start admitting to ourselves why nobody's coming here. We got to be honest with each other. We talk a pretty big game. We talk about moving West Virginia forward. And Mr. President, I believe you were sincere when you said you want 400,000 people to move to West Virginia. I've known you for a long time, and I believe you were sincere. But here's a news flash. We're not going to get there by telling people, if you don't look like us, if you don't love like us, if you don't think like us, you got a problem in West Virginia. I think we got to be honest with each other. We're telling people they're not welcome here. I think that maybe ought to be the sign. Not welcome to West Virginia, but not welcome to West Virginia if you don't think like us. Because that's what the message is we're sending. You know, Mr. President, Tina and I worked really hard raising our kids to treat everybody the same and not look at the differences maybe of what we do and what we look like, but to treat everybody the same. But more importantly, our kids taught us to be that way. Our kids think it's crazy that we're having this debate right now. My daughter tells me all the time, I can't believe you guys are still talking about this kind of stuff. And she's right. She's absolutely right, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know you don't get out on the West Wing much, at least clear out there where I'm at. But there's a sign in my office, and it says all kinds welcome here. But more importantly, Mr. President, that sign lives in my heart. Lives in my heart that all kind of people are welcome in my beautiful state. I just wish that the rest of the members that I serve with would welcome people here in the same fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to share with you all words from a very successful businessman. Quote, our purpose is changing business for good, and that means using our business to make a positive impact in the lives of our employees as well as our customers. Businesses are starting to see that they have important roles to play in standing up for LGBTQ rights, especially in places where those rights are being violated. This CEO went on to say that he believes making sure customer bases are as diverse and inclusive as possible will help businesses to thrive. And I think the same thing can be said about state economies. The more inclusive we are, the more likely it is that our economy will thrive. You want to know what CEO said those words? It's a gentleman by the name of Richard Branson. Sir Richard Branson. Y'all know who he is? He's the CEO of Virgin Atlantic, Virgin Galactic, Virgin Mobile, Virgin Oceanic, Virgin Radio, and the owner and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. You know what Virgin Hyperloop is? I think if you're from Grant and Tucker County, you do. I know the man downstairs knows what Virgin Hyperloop is. They plan to build a certification center on an 800-acre tract in Grant and Tucker counties that will bring thousands of construction jobs here and millions of dollars in economic impact to our state. Richard Branson is one of the most pro-LGBTQ CEOs in the entire world. And I point this out to you because I don't know how to reach some of you. Some, and I don't want to paint too broad of a brush, but some in this room don't seem to care that this bill is cruel, that it's narrow-minded, that it's mean-spirited, that it's unnecessary, that it's purely political. Maybe you do care about that part of it. So I'll go back to a point I've tried to raise in this room this session that might resonate, and it's purely economical. And I don't like doing that because the economic reasons aren't the first, second, or third reasons why this is a bad bill, but it might resonate with some of you. By voting yes for this bill, you are willing to risk a project that WVU's Bureau of Economic and Business Research predicts will have an annual $48 million impact on our state. Annually, $48 million with that Hyperloop project. You're willing to risk that. You're willing to risk that Sir Richard Branson is going to see what we do here and change his mind about building that certification center. On top of that, you're willing to risk all that the NCAA does for us, to add on to what the senator from Brooks said. 2 years ago, one of the greatest sporting events that I've witnessed in West Virginia occurred in Morgantown, the NCAA Baseball Regional. We were able to host it at that brand new, beautiful stadium. There were record crowds. Over 4,000 people, which is big for a baseball game, packed that stadium on the first night. They had sellout crowds throughout that tournament. The economic impact on the Morgantown region was in the millions of dollars. We won't be able to host events like that anymore if we pass a bill like this. The head of the NCAA just made a statement the other day that made it very clear that states that pass bills like this are not ones where he wants to hold tournaments, and we can't control what they do at the tournament level or below. And besides the risk of losing all that I've mentioned, we risk businesses that might want to have a retreat here, that might want to open an office here, that might want to have a headquarters here. Do you realize what a hard job you're making for Chelsea Ruby, Mitch Carmichael, Ed Gonch, Michael Graney? You're making their jobs so difficult to promote tourism and economic development with bills like this. And I think some of you are probably thinking, well, the governor will just veto it, so I can vote for it, and then he'll take care of it. That's not how it works. Number one, we don't know what the governor's going to do with this bill. Gosh, I hope he would veto it if it passes. But number two, we're still sending a message that this body, this Senate, and also the House supports policies like this. So I would ask you, Mr. President, are we pro-business? Are we really trying to grow this state? I'm not sure that we are when we have bills like this running. I'm surprised this bill is even running. I don't have control over what hits committees. I don't have control about what hits the floor. But you do, Mr. President. You could stop bills like this if you cared enough to look to the future. If you really wanted 400,000 people to come here, you could do something about it. You yourself could stop it. But you've decided to let this bill run and put it up on the board and ignore what it would do to our state if it passes. Let me finish by saying this on a more personal note. I have a lot of friends and relatives, loved ones who have moved away from West Virginia because they're gay, because they don't feel welcome here, because they have felt ostracized. And I don't blame them. I probably would do the same. And that's sad to say. My loved ones who fit into that category not only are wonderful and caring people, but they're also really smart people. They've got really good jobs. And they have nice houses. They drive nice cars. They make good money. But guess what? They don't pay real estate tax in West Virginia. They don't pay sales tax in West Virginia. They don't pay income tax in West Virginia. They pay it in the state where they feel welcome, where they have felt like they needed to move, where they feel loved and accepted and part of the community. And that's part of the problem. The more people that we say are not welcome, the fewer are going to come here, the harder it's going to be to fulfill the dreams that I think we all have, that these bold plans that we have. And as I've said before, I respect these bold plans. But the more we discuss and vote and pass bills like this, the harder it's going to be to get out of the economic slump that we find ourselves in. And so, just like my friend from Marion said, I would challenge you all, when you make your vote, to think about the younger generation, to think about millennials, to think about Generation Z. I think about my kids many times when I place a vote, to think about whether what we're doing would cause them to want to stay here and live here and work here or not. We can certainly campaign at the McDonald's with people that are our age, but we need to think about those who are up and coming, 16, 18, 25. Think about what's important to them. And I would suggest that they care about inclusion very much so, and I would ask all of you to consider that when you place your vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has nothing to do with gay people or those that are gay, and to imply that is, I think, misleading. The bill it talks about, it's about transgenders, and it's about, there's a safety issue involved here in sports. The senator from Brooks stood up a half hour ago, and I've never spoke to him about this bill, and basically everything he said was things I was thinking. He said it better, he did more research, but they're all along the lines of my thought process. And from a high school sport standpoint or middle school standpoint, this bill makes sense. I think we need to step in as a state. I've heard 5 or 6 times that it's a solution for a problem we don't have. Well, it's becoming a problem, okay? It's happening in other places. I'd prefer to have solutions proactively than reactive. I think it's time we address it. It's a tough issue to address. I think we address it. The high school component of this bill and in the middle school, everything below the college level of this bill, I agree with wholeheartedly. And I don't have a problem voting yes for that part of the bill. I have a big problem with the college part of this bill. I think it's short-sighted and doesn't look into the depth of the issue as far as the potential ramifications. See, they've solved their problem, or by addressing it. They've addressed a problem directly. They have a policy. The policy includes medical therapy, a year-long hormonal suppression therapy. And for us to step in and try to dictate that when we don't have to, because they've already handled it, and including that part, that's enough to make me vote no for the bill. We don't have a case, or no one can cite an example of this in West Virginia as of now. So therefore, maybe we got 6 months, 8 months before we're back down here. Maybe we can get it right next time. Well, this needs to be addressed at the scholastic level, in my opinion. I would vote yes all day long. I think sometimes our emotions or our strong feelings on issues cloud sometimes real impact and judgment and carrying it out a little bit too far. I think we carried this further than we had to by including the colleges. Again, and I'm going to close the way I started. This bill has nothing to do with gay people or homosexuality. I have a cousin that's gay. I know plenty of friends. I mean, there is no way at all that should be misinterpreted with a vote on this bill. That was misleading. Thank you.
Junior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm standing here with my makeup on my face and my jewelry shining, and I look, really, really girly, and I wasn't always that way. I was a tomboy that I've heard several of my colleagues talk about up until I was about 19 years old before I ever decided that I would try makeup. And I'd like to fix my hair up and maybe wear dresses. I used to I played any sport that I could get my hands on. If you gave me a ball, I could beat almost all the boys in my class, all my friends in my neighborhood. Funny story, just real quick. My guy friends that were in my neighborhood and that I went to school with would call my brother to play home run derby or something, and they would say, "Don't tell your sister, but we're going to meet at the school at 3 o'clock." And I would drive down the road and see, or on my bicycle, and see that they were there and thought, "I wasn't invited. Why wasn't I invited?" And they said, "It's because you always beat me." And that's it. But I was a tomboy. And I had a lot of friends that were tomboys, and making those insinuations of it's going to expose, make tomboys feel out of place, just different things like that. I think that's incorrect. I think now I'm looking at it as a mother of girls, a former athlete who has state championships, national championships, world championships under my belt in different sports, and a coach of girls. You know, and I look at it, and I've talked to girls. I've talked to girls who are high school athletes. I've talked to girls who are college athletes, and they're in support of this. You know, when we look at sports, every implement that we use in sports, from the governing rules of the games to tape measures, clocks, the court or field dimensions, all those things, they're all used to define the boundaries of fair play. The most basic and fundamental of such of those requirements is age and sex. It has been less than one generation since women won the hard-fought battle of Title IX. What that means is my mom didn't have the fairness that Title IX supplied. One generation. You know, Title IX was important because it created equal sports programs for women at the high school level and the college level. Mr. President, this bill is not anti-LGBTQIA. It does not discriminate. It simply ensures that our female competitors will continue to have those protections, and it protects the integrity of women's sports for my girls, your girls, and all the girls in West Virginia. I fully support this bill, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not standing up to speak in hopes of changing anybody's mind about their vote. And I'm not standing up to speak expecting to affect the outcome of the vote at all. I'm just speaking as a coach and as a dad and as a pastor because I got a couple things that I just feel compelled to say. And we've had a good debate here today. I appreciate that out of the body. The first thing that I just have to say, it's been said here, but it was said briefly, and I think folks need to be sure they heard this. As the senator from Boone said before, half of trans kids strongly consider suicide. Half of trans kids strongly consider suicide. That's reported by Forbes magazine based on a 2020 study by the Trevor Project. 60% of trans kids physically harm their own bodies. 60% harm themselves. Half strongly consider suicide. Why? Why? Why would so many trans kids harm themselves and attempt suicide? I would echo what the senator from Brooks said. This is not something I understand. This is not something that I have lived through. But what I understand from talking to folks who have lived through it is that it's because they don't feel like they fit in. They're bullied relentlessly. They are not included in anything other kids are included in because they're so obviously different. A lot of people wear their shame on the inside. Trans kids don't have that luxury. They look different. They live in bodies that they often hate. And the isolation that causes leads one out of every 2 trans kids to strongly consider suicide. The other thing that I just feel compelled to say is that I've heard people make a religious argument for this bill. And I've heard people say, well, God doesn't make mistakes. And I fully agree. God does not make mistakes. But we do all the time. Every person was made in the image of God. And God didn't make a mistake when God did that. Every person's made in the image of God, and God compels us to love one another just as we've been loved, even those who are different. I might go so far as to say especially those who are different from us. You know, we've just come through Holy Week. We've just come through Easter, spending a lot of time back home in our churches talking about the way that Jesus spent his time in ministry. And y'all know the stories. Jesus didn't hang out with people like us. He didn't really like people like us. He hung out with sinners and outcasts, people that the world shamed and ridiculed. In particular, Jesus spent a lot of time with lepers, people who looked different. And because they looked different, they were despised. They were despised so much that they were outcast. The lepers of today's society are transgendered citizens. They are mocked, they are beaten, they are ridiculed, just for being different. People have basic needs. Kids have basic needs that are amplified even further because they are kids. You've got to have support and acceptance at base. If you don't have that support and acceptance, you're not going to be able to move forward. You know, we read some of those stories this past Holy Week of Jesus healing the lepers by restoring them to their community. He made them physically well, but what he really did for them is he allowed them to go back home, and he allowed them to be accepted for who they were. Mr. President, I thank you for the time to just share some things that are on my heart. Again, not speaking trying to influence anybody. Just had some things that I needed to share. But I have to say, I not only cannot support a bill that further alienates trans kids, but I am compelled to stand on this floor, even if nobody else is listening and having their side conversations, and they've already decided about this a long time ago, to stand up and say that our children deserve better. When we debated the Tebow bill, I supported that. I stood with my colleagues from the other side of the aisle and supported that because it gave all kids an opportunity to play. I don't see how this is any different. We need to let kids be kids. Half of trans kids strongly consider suicide. Half. And if this bill passes, I shudder to think how that would impact this incredibly vulnerable segment of society. So let's err on the side of kindness to those who are most vulnerable. Let's err on the side of grace. Let's err on the side of inclusion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the senator from Jefferson to close debate? Senator from Monongalia.
Mr. President, I move we table the bill, please.
Motion is to table the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will, Those who wish to table the bill will say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion is rejected. Senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the narrative shifts around from the actual bill itself. The bill is designed to protect girls in women's sports. It is not something that is designed to hurt people. It's designed to protect people. I received a couple of emails that kind of lay it out, and people should understand. These are actually both from Raleigh County. The first one says, I am a lesbian in favor of the sports bill. Dear West Virginia legislators, I am a U.S. citizen originally from the Philippines, living in West Virginia with my wife and child. I am urging you today to vote for the sports bill and uphold one aspect of what it is to be born female. There are too many groups on both sides of the aisle trying to politicize a subject that should be 100% science and common sense. Due to the trans movement, what it is to be a female and to be safe in this country is being erased. The entire trans movement is an attack upon womanhood. I urge you to save our young women from allowing biological males into sports, locker rooms, etc. with our girls. I don't understand why we cannot create a third category for the trans to compete with each other instead of harming and taking away opportunities from females. A second email says, Dear West Virginia legislators, my name, I shouldn't say her name, but she lives in West Virginia in Raleigh County. I am a married lesbian in the process of adopting my daughter. Please vote yes today to protect my daughter from having to compete against boys. This is a needed bill, and large segments of the LGBT community support the bill. She makes some other statements there, but I think you get the sentiment. And I think that the focus is not on the potential or the hypothetical of what might happen that hasn't apparently happened already in West Virginia, but the focus is upon the thousands of girls in sports at all levels in West Virginia that are at risk for injury based on the differences between the biological sexes. And that is very important, that this is to protect them. It is not meant to harm others. And it's the right thing to do, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Voting no on this bill is a vote to disintegrate school sports as we know it. Today, lines are no longer being drawn, no boundaries. They say so it's all inclusive. But Mr. President, if this bill is not passed, it will not prepare our future generations because the lines will be blurred. Besides religious reasons, besides safety issues, if we sell out to the national sports associations and sanctioning bodies, if that's the price we put on our safety issues and what we think is right, then I think we're just selling ourselves out. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the Senator from Jefferson? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've blurred the lines quite a bit on this one. At the end of the day, the LGBT, everybody tries to make this about all kinds of different issues. I think it's well known. I've always been a sponsor, actually lead sponsor of the Fairness Bill. I put a flyer on everybody's desks about tonight. There's going to be a thank you to legislators at 530 Bible Center Church. Come have dinner, no asks, can have church afterwards. Well, the church I go to says, hey, listen, everybody's broken, and the Bible clearly says there's nobody without sin more than me, so I'm not getting on any moral high ground, and people are trying to take this bill and turn it into that. I don't think that's it at all. It comes down to basic science, like many comments have been made. There's a bigger body mass, up to 10, 11, probably girls have a advantage over boys. But, when you get junior high and high school, there's a reason why you have varsity and JV even amongst the boys, because the body mass is larger and people can get hurt. There are clear advantages. And so, to me, this bill is just a clear definition. Now, is it a solution looking for a problem? Yes, I think it is. Do I think that any of this has really happened in West Virginia? Do we probably need this bill for anything in West Virginia? Probably not. But do I 100% firmly believe that boys should play boys sports and girls should play? Absolutely. Now, to be honest, I really have no issue with a girl playing a boys sport because, again, the body mass issue is not there. If you've got the athletic ability for a girl to play boys baseball, or I really wouldn't have any issue with that. But the fact of the matter is, the Masters tournament is on. The top female golfer, I remember just a few years ago, tried to play against the guys in a tournament, got killed, and she was like the #1 women's golfer 8 or 9 years in a row. So there's a clear difference, and so that's what the bill does. Now, as a senator, I have to look at all aspects of the bill and how it relates to my state. When the college aspect got put into this, that's what gave me the heartburn, because colleges, the NCAA, they already address this. They do have policies for this. And I think Kristi Noem is probably in the exact same boat that I am. She's 100% in agreement that the policy should be boys don't play girls athletics. However, NCAA is trying to do that patchwork of 50 states. They have to be compliant. I don't think that there's some crazy organization. They're having to deal with a lot of different personalities across the country with all these 50 different states. And they just want to run a good athletics program for the students, for the athletes, for the country. And so as a senator, do I look at this section of the bill and say, could that cause some major problems? I could see somebody trying to pull us out as an example, and come football season for W and Marshall and all the college athletes in our state that are trying to move forward, that this could create some major hiccups again for a problem we really don't have. And so I can also see us coming back here and having to try to unwind all this in some kind of special session or something. So for that reason, I am going to be a no vote. But I want to make it very clear that the principle of the bill, I'm 100% in favor of. I just think we should have left it to the high school athletics alone if a bill was going to be ran. I certainly wouldn't have done it, but it is my duty as a senator when a bill comes up, and I have not been voted by my constituents to take a pass. I'm expected to vote, so my vote will be read. I just want to make it clear as to the intent of why I'll be voting nay today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Jefferson to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the robust debate and everyone's expressing their opinion. This is obviously, something that touches people. And before I get to just a final explanation of what this bill does, I just need to, respond to some of the things that were said. And I'm going to start, if that's okay, with the claims about the NCAA. So I have here before me a printout of their transgender policy. And this is going to be from the very first page. It says, the purpose of this resource is to provide guidance to NCAA athletic programs about how to ensure transgender student athletes fair, respectful, and legal access to collegiate sports teams based on current medical and legal knowledge. It provides best practice and policy recommendations. It's a recommendation. It's giving them guidance. And further in this policy, it talks about how the science is not settled. There is ongoing research, and this issue of transgender athletes is something that can change based on the science that we, as we do more research, as we find out more, and as more of this is happening. In terms of science, because folks really like to point out how we should follow the science, males have larger lungs and denser alveoli in the lungs, enabling faster oxygen uptake. They have larger hearts and per stroke pumping volume, and more hemoglobin per unit of blood, an increased number of muscle fibers, and increased muscle mass. And I'm not going to go through all this. They have larger bones, longer bones, increased mineral density in their bones. U.S. adult males are on average 5 inches taller than U.S. adult women. And I have pages of this, but I'm not going to read through all of that. The reality is that the reason for why we're having this discussion, Mr. President, is because it matters. It matters. There is a difference between men, biological men, and biological women. This bill does not target transgender, and it is not about prohibiting transgender. It does not affect male sports. It does not affect co-ed sports, of which there's a lot of those. It only talks about women's sports. And the history of women's sports in the United States, it's a very short one. Historically, the NCAA had zero interest in women's sports. It wasn't until Title IX that they became interested. The first NCAA men's basketball tournament was in 1939. Do you know when the first NCAA women's basketball tournament was? Not till 1982. 10 years after Title IX was adopted, and nearly 50 years after men. The only reason for Title IX is because women deserve a chance to participate. And there were folks making that point from the side that doesn't plan to support this bill. They were making the point about how athletics is about overcoming challenges. If you pair men and women together, there is a difference in how well they can compete against each other. It doesn't mean they can't do it, and they do, and we have co-ed sports, and we have women participating in men's sports, but there is a difference. And these athletic opportunities, these opportunities to be part of a team, these opportunities to shine, they make a difference in their lives forever, and we've already mentioned it, and others have actually said the same thing. You know, you're talking about scholarships, you're talking about opportunities to get into schools, you're talking about opportunities to demonstrate leadership and cooperation and be part of a team. It is exactly that we are wanting to protect for our women and our girls. This isn't against anyone. It is for the policy of helping our girls, helping our women have the opportunity. That is what Title IX was about, and that is what the policy has been. This bill does nothing more than codify what is already well established under federal and state common law. The biological females and biological males are not similarly situated in certain circumstances, and one of those circumstances is in sports. One of the things I want to make sure I respond to is the discussion as to whether or not we might be hurting our state somehow by having this policy of protecting our girls and our women. I must tell you that to me, if you say that you do support women, that you do support our girls, if you say that you want to give them an opportunity, and we have bills that even this year have been introduced about trying to provide an opportunity for a class that has been historically disadvantaged. Well, this is one of these bills. This is one of the bills that you can support because you want to ensure continued opportunities. We cannot direct the NCAA. We have no authority over them. We don't. This bill doesn't do that. This bill is about our state institutions. And it is actually our authority to enforce Title IX. That is our authority. We, the states, are supposed to enforce Title IX. The only students who could bring a cause of action are those who are aggrieved and who have standing. So, in conclusion, we really have talked this a lot, and we have brought in a whole bunch of different issues into it. But what the reality of this is that it is the best interest of the state to protect women and girls and protect the opportunities for them to participate in sports. Supporting this is simply doing that. I urge passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 18 yeas, 15 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 3 p.m.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that we recess till 3 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll recess till 3 p.m.
Title. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding classification and base salaries of certain civilian employees of State Police Forensic Laboratory.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 636, requiring certain history and civics courses be taught in schools.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill imposes specific additional requirements for the courses of instruction required in all public, private, parochial, and denominational schools in U.S. history and civics and the U.S. Constitution. The instruction must include the institutions and structure of American government, such as the separation of powers, the Electoral College, and federalism, to provide students an understanding of American political philosophy and history, and utilize writings from prominent figures in Western civilization. Examples such as Aristotle, Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Thomas Jefferson are on the treatment and contributions of historic minorities, including but not limited to African Americans, Native Americans, and women. Also, with advice of the superintendent, the State Board must consult with other entities and include the basic course requirements and academic standards for middle school and high school in prescribing the courses of study. The courses also must offer an objective and critical analysis of ideologies throughout history, including but not limited to capitalism, republicanism, democracy, socialism, communism, and fascism. The State Board also must publish an approved list of instructional resources and provide testing or assessment instruments. The bill also adds the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments to the United States Constitution to those to be emphasized as a part of the instruction during the celebration Freedom Week. And finally, the bill requires that public high school students complete a one-credit course of study in personal finance as a requirement for high school graduation in place of existing economics coursework requirements. And this particular coursework must include an end-of-course examination. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 16th, Doug Linville.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned several philosophers. Would this potentially involve Stoicism and Epictetus?
Say that again.
Would this potentially involve the teaching of Stoicism and philosophers like Epictetus?
I guess they could add any others in, but those are just examples that were given.
We do appreciate that on behalf of the gentleman from the Fighting First.
Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 43rd, Doug Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill, mainly because this is what I'm already doing. So I guess if we're going to put it into code, it's a good idea. So I urge adoption. Thank you.
The lady from the 35th, Doug Young, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield, or chairman? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. I don't have any issues with the bill. I just have a question. On page 2, it says it's talking about who we're going to consult. I think it's who we're going to consult on the resources and curriculum. There's a list of really random organizations. Can you speak to those at all?
This came from the Senate. Those were organizations they were looking at. I have little brief snippets about each of those places.
Okay.
If you want to hear any of them.
Yes, please.
Which ones in particular out of those?
All of them.
All of them, okay.
I mean, it's just really random. I'm not trying to belabor anything. I'm just confused.
All right. Well, I mean, there are some that you probably are already aware of. I mean, people have heard of the College Board. They, it's an American not-for-profit organization that helps with higher education. The College Board is an association of colleges, runs membership of institutions, including 6,000 schools, colleges, universities, and educational organizations. They do give standardized tests and curricula for K-12 and post-secondary institutions. The Florida Joint Center for Citizenship works in partnership with Florida teachers, social studies district coordinators, national partners to develop and distribute K-12 curriculum for their schools in Florida, so that was a model that was being used. The Bill of Rights Institute is a nonprofit civic education organization with a network of over 50,000 history and civics educators, thousands of classroom-ready history and civics resources. They've been founded since September of 1999. They've helped with giving programs on the Bill of Rights. Hillsdale College, many people are familiar with. They're a private conservative liberal arts college in Hillsdale, Michigan. They've given different things on constitutional theory, biology, chemistry, physics, things like that. Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, founded in New York City by different philanthropists, Richard Gilder and Louis Lehrman. They promoted American history. They've had different publications. Constitutional Sources Project is a 501c3 nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. They've also done similar things. So why those were chosen by the sponsors in the Senate, I don't know, but that's what was listed, and that's just a brief thing that you can have on them.
Okay, are those all nonprofit organizations, or I'm sorry, not nonprofit, are they nonpartisan?
I think from what I see here, they all seem to be nonprofit. May be corrected by that, but I can't say they're not nonpartisan. I mean,
you said Hillsdale College, you said conservative, is that a
it's
partisan?
a private conservative liberal arts college, so whether they have any partisan views, I can't attest to that, but I'd hate to make a blanket statement saying they're all nonpartisan, but.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it, thank you.
Lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My daughter is a West Virginia history teacher, and I ran this bill by her like we do when we vet certain bills, and like the delegate from Elkins said, she says she teaches all of these things already. It's not going to put any additional burden on her. I do want us to contemplate, though, sometimes we talk about 18A and how thick it is, and we do keep adding to it. So, but I feel confident saying that this is not going to add any additional work to our teachers that are already teaching this, so I support the bill.
Gentleman to 43rd, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I should ask for a Rule 49.
That would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and would be directed to vote. Gentleman to 39th, Douglas Farrell.
Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you mentioned when you're going over the bill that there would be a testing component to this?
On the personal finance part, not the rest of it. I mean, they probably would test in their regular course structure as far as tests, but the personal finance part does have an end of course test.
But this still does not address the fact that there's no standardized or no testing for social studies or history during standardized testing in the spring?
It would be whatever testing is in the curriculum already for those subject areas.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I like the bill, but the fact that we still do not have any testing toward these types of content or social studies, history, with our standardized testing in the spring forces administrators to have to focus on the math, language arts, and sciences. That's what they're getting scored on. That's what their jobs are getting rated on. So my only reservations the fact that we have no testing component to this and how our schools are going to be scored with it. But the bill in itself, I do like and I will support it. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 8 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 636, requiring certain history and civics courses be taught in schools.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Ellington moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 28th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill permits the Secretary of DHHR to appoint the Director of the Office of Emergency Services. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Jennings, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you hear my teeth chatter, don't worry about it. It's just a little chilly back here. But I rise against this bill. Not that it isn't good, but what we're doing, we're putting a position that's just an appointed position. It's a six-figure position that'll be appointed, and we didn't qualify what the requirements were to be in this position. And I would hope that we could wait 1 year so we could run this through the proper committees like fire and EMS and bring this out next year. We're only delaying it 1 year, and get it the proper attention that it would need. And I would ask that you would vote it negative on this bill. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman from 28th closed debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to clear up something. The gentleman said that we're just appointing someone to a six-figure salary just for funsies. I would suggest to you that's not true, and as evidence of that suggestion, I would read to you the following directly from the bill. The director shall have experience in the delivery and administration of emergency medical services and related pre-hospital care. That's pretty straightforward. That's unambiguous. That's language taken straight from the bill. This will allow the secretary to hire someone who has experience in EMS, retain someone who has experience in EMS. That's the problem we're seeking to rectify with this bill. The problem is that the current mechanism by which we hire this person, they're underpaid, and it's very difficult to get someone to stay. That's the purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 79 ayes, 20 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, appointing Director of Office of Emergency Medical Services.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Pack moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding Curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to the Library Commission.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 29th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to add the curator of the Department of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the Library Commission. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 94 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 684, adding curator of Division of Arts, Culture, and History as ex officio voting member to Library Commission.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 695, providing procedures for decreasing or increasing corporate limits by annexation.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 29th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to alter requirements relating to annexation through minor boundary adjustment. The bill limits the area that may be annexed to not more than 105% of the existing total municipal boundary and not more than 120% of the current area of the municipality, and that only one minor boundary adjustment may be made in a 2-year period. The bill also requires 5% of the freeholders within a defined territory that desire to leave a municipality to file a petition and post a Class 2-0 legal ad notice. The bill states any business or freeholder objecting to de-annexation must file an objection and will be excluded from the de-annexation. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman to 50th, Douglas Ward is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the chairman from the government organization to yield.
Yes.
Hey, we're on Section 8 this time.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, this one, I'm more familiar with this. Can you tell me what the difference is of the existing total municipal boundary and the current area of the municipality is? What the difference is? And that's on the page, bottom of page 4.
Yep. So the bill's going to 105%, and a minor boundary adjustment may not exceed 120% of the current area of the municipality.
So what's the difference? I mean, to me, the existing total municipality boundary is the same as the current area of the municipality.
Say that again.
The way I read it, well, the way I figure it is the existing total municipal boundary is the same as the current area of the municipality. I don't see a difference in the two, and one says 105%, one says 120%.
Correct. So
which one do you go by? I mean, if I was a municipality, I'd go by the 120% all the time if I was going to try to do a minor boundary adjustment. I would ignore that first one because I don't see any difference between the existing boundary and the current area of a municipality.
One is the boundary, the actual line. The other is the area.
Well, the boundary includes the area. I mean, all your area is within the boundary.
All the area is within the boundary. You are correct about that.
So there's no difference between having the boundary is the limits of your area. So they're basically they're saying the same thing the way I interpret it, and to say that 105% is one and 120% is the other. If I was a municipality, I would always use the number 2 whenever I did a minor boundary adjustment.
Well, both of them are working together.
How can they work together when they're, I mean, they're defining the same thing in a different way is the way I read it.
The way I understand it is the line around it is one and the total area is the other.
Well, that's probably right, but how can you say that, okay, you can't go more than an extra 5% of the current boundary, but you can go 20% of the current area? If I was a municipality trying to annex an area, I would ignore the 105% and just say that, you know, that I'm doing 100% of the current area. I would ignore the boundary.
I'm trying to think of a way in my mind to make the math problem work.
Yeah, well, it's too.
It's a little difficult standing here on the floor. I'm a lawyer, so
I know.
Didn't do well at math. But to me, the way I'm looking at it is one is the line and the other's the area. I understand what you're saying, that you say that's the exact same thing.
Yeah, the area is inside the line, and the line don't go any farther past the area. So, you know, it's contradicting itself, I think.
Well, the easiest way that I can say it in my mind that I understand it, if I took the boundary line and made it straight, made it one straight line, that would be a definite number. That would be a definite number of so many feet or so many miles or whatever the case might be. If I took the area and, like, let's say that I increased that line, and this is bad math. If I pull that line up by 20 feet, the area is not going to be 20 foot larger. It's going to get recalculated based upon the stretching of that line. So the area that could be included inside of the line would actually be more than the number you're adding to the linear boundary, is the only way I can make that work in my head.
Okay. I'm thinking, I kind of see what you're saying. I still think there's a problem here, but I got another question too. You mentioned in your...
You asked the toughest questions of anybody.
Well, I don't get up very often unless I see something.
It's all right.
But also on number 3 there, below number 1 and 2, on here I'm reading 5-year period, but you said 2-year period in your opening.
No, you need to look at the committee substitute.
Okay, so it is 2-year period now?
It's 2. It's been amended.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's down from 5 to 2.
Okay, that's better than...
That is an amendment we adopted in committee. The Senate bill did say 5 years, and the committee adopted that down to 2.
Yeah, I like that better. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak on this bill. I'm going to oppose it because that doesn't make sense to me about the boundaries. And also, it takes away, there's 3 different ways for a municipality to annex, and this is just one of them by minor boundary adjustment. And it's the hardest way to make a annexation. There's 2 other ways, one through election and one through petition. Petition is probably the easiest way to do a annexation. But it also, in the bill, it takes away some of the powers of the county commission. The way I read it, and I could be wrong, but it eliminates a whole paragraph there about the county commission. So I'm going to oppose this bill because I don't think it's. I think it's going to make it harder for county commissions to have a say in it. I also think it's kind of confusing to the municipalities. So I'd encourage a vote red. Thank you.
Gentleman 51st, Douglas Hanson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you who represent cities and towns, I'd suggest this is an important bill for your constituents because it restricts their ability to grow. And for those of you that don't represent cities and towns, I would also suggest this is important for you because the cities and towns in this state are where so much of the growth is occurring, where so much of the population growth and economic growth is occurring, which is helping in terms of state taxes and property taxes and things like that, helping out the entire state. And the issue I have with this bill is that minor boundary adjustments, which are the subject of this bill, are already quite limited. In order for a minor boundary adjustment to be approved by a county commission, it requires an affidavit from each business located in that area and from each person residing in that area in support of the minor boundary adjustment. So minor boundary adjustments are already the least controversial method of expanding a corporate boundary. The businesses within that area already support it. The people who live in that area already support it. So why would we handcuff our cities and towns and restrict the size or the frequency with which they could make these adjustments? So I would respectfully ask for a no vote in support of our cities and towns across the state of West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman in the 10th, Delegate Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield, please?
Tell me about it. Mine did, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Welcome this morning. The Association of Counties, do they support this bill?
The associate, did we hear from the association? They showed up at the committee meeting. The Association of Counties. They went to the Senate committee meeting, but they didn't come to ours. They don't oppose the bill.
How about the West Virginia Municipal League?
The Municipal League?
Yes.
They didn't come to ours. They may have went to the Senate, but we didn't. They didn't have input. They didn't talk to us about it. I think they were fine with the Senate version.
Who asked for this bill?
Do what?
Who asked for this bill?
Senator Rucker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? Lady in the 38th, Delegate Graves, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last year, Senator Rucker created a Senate version of a House bill that I proposed. The Senate version moved first, came over, and it dealt with this issue. The important parts of the bill that we in here passed last year are preserved. If you look down, a lot of pages. If you look down on page 8, I agree that there may be a little bit of confusion about the 105% of the existing boundary and the 120% of the current area, although I think I don't have the issue with it that the gentleman from the 50th does. But to me, the important part of this bill is page 8 at the very bottom, lines 6 through 12. And what that part does is preserve the ability of those who are going to be annexed, whether it's the 105% of existing area or if they're able to do 120% of the current area. Either one, it doesn't matter. Because this bill, lines 6 through 12, puts it before the people who are going to be annexed and allows them to decide if they want to be annexed. So if we believe in the freedom of personal choice and people who have chosen to live in an area that's outside of an existing municipality, if we want to preserve their right to choose their own fate, then we're still going to pass this bill. Because the important parts of what we did last year is contained within this. It is a personal liberty. It's a taxation with representation, and I would urge your adoption of the bill, passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman the 50th, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After some consultation back here, I will be changing my vote to green. Evidently, that section was put back in for about the county commission, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
The gentleman in the 44th, Delegate Hannah, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to echo the sentiments of the lady from the 38th that this essentially puts it before the people and lets them decide. So just keep that in mind, that we're putting something before the people and letting them decide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate? Does the gentleman 29th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. Number 68 ayes, 31 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 695, providing procedures for decreasing or increasing corporate limits by annexation.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 93 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 714, related to Physician Assistant Practice Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman at the 28th will get packed to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill eliminates the practice agreement between a physician assistant and the physician. The practice agreement was a document that was approved by the licensing board. In lieu of the practice agreement, a practice notification is required, which must be kept on file at the practice. The physician assistant may not practice independent of a collaborating physician. With respect to practice requirements, new requirements are included that state the physician assistant shall provide only those medical services for which they have been prepared by their education, training, and experience and are competent to perform consistent with sound medical practice and that will protect the health and safety of the patient. This may occur in any healthcare setting, both hospital and outpatient, in accordance with their practice notification. The complaint process is revised to remove references to collaborating physician or the alternative. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Lady in the 41st, Dr. Tully is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to request a Rule 49 on the basis of being an APRN and the amended, the floor amendment that went through, or excuse me, the amendment that went through yesterday that was voted by voice vote included some language that pertained to APRNs.
Yes, under that set of facts, as the lady just relayed to the chair, it would be the ruling of the chair. The lady would belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and therefore would be directed to vote. Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 714, relating to Physician Assistant Practice Act.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Jay Pack moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 717, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to West Virginia Community and Technical College Education Control Account.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman at the 10th will explain the bill.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this supplemental is to shift funds in the general revenue appropriations to the Council for Community and Technical Colleges by reducing the community college workforce development by $2.5 million and increasing the line for West Virginia Council for Community and Technical Education for $2.5 million. This shift of funds will enable the Community and Technical College Office to efficiently utilize the funds for much-needed workforce development initiatives. These funds are not otherwise used this year due to the effects of the COVID-19 on business and education operations around the state. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 717, supplemental appropriation from general revenue to West Virginia Community and Technical College Education Control Account.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 7, limiting political activity by public employees.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 4-5.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 30 seconds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill involves political activity by public employees and public officials. The strike and insert, in essence, struck unnecessary findings, also removed judicial officers and employees, and that is a summary of the strike and insert.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? The gentleman, the 43rd, Douglas Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair yield for a question?
Yes.
So with the amendment, you are exempting members of the legislature, Board of Works, uncompensated public officials, and public servant volunteers. Does this say anything about the governor?
Well, the language that you just read was already in the bill.
Okay.
And so all the strike and insert did was remove judicial officers and employees.
Okay.
Judicial employees.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Question again is on the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 9, Disabled Veterans Exemption Ad Valorem Property Tax Amendment.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Might the lady be moving to postpone with the amendment pending and the right to amend?
Yes, postpone action one day with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
The question is on the motion that the resolution be postponed one day with the amendment pending and the right to amend. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 11, Constitutional Officer Term Limit.
Wait. I thought I did. Chair's in error. Chair's in error. As we have let members know before, it is the objective of the House that we will clear the calendar tomorrow. Chair just put the wrong question before the House. The question the chair meant to put before the House is that the bill be advanced to third reading, the resolution be advanced to third reading with the amendment pending and the right to amend. Let's vote on that. Those in favor of that? We'll get to that. Are there objections to advancing committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 9 to third reading with the amendment pending and the right to amend? Chair hears no objection. That resolution will be so advanced. Now, next resolution on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 11, Constitutional Officer Term Limit Amendment.
Lady in 49th.
Let me try again. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone committee substitute, to move two-third SJR 11 with the right to amend and the amendments pending.
Okay. The question is, are there objections to moving committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 11 to third reading with this amendment pending and the right to amend? No objections are heard. The resolution will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 34, creating exemption to state sales and use tax for rental and leasing of equipment.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 64th will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate bill authorized a new exemption from the West Virginia sales and service tax for leases of heavy equipment or machinery among corporations with common ownership. The House Finance Amendment extends this exemption for other business entities, limited liability companies, and partnerships. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 332.
Lady from the 49th.
Providing procedure for West Virginia to select delegates to Article 5 Convention.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 398, limiting eligibility of certain employers to participate in PEIA plans.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 64th to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Finance amended the bill to make it effective upon passage instead of July 1, 2021, so that non-state entities that are not already participating in PEIA as of the effective date of the bill are no longer eligible to participate. I urge adoption.
The question is on the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
Are there amendments? Or, excuse me, are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 478, permitting use of established federal marketplace programs to purchase supplies.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGO AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to clarify that the state auditor will still be able to conduct an audit of state dollars spent by the West Virginia Military Authority in the GSA federal marketplace. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 485, relating to use or presentation of firearm during commission of felony.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first amendment offered by Committee on Judiciary is just a technical cleanup. It had, other than those set forth in subsection C, which should not have been there, and also it added language to the bill, or otherwise prohibited from possessing a firearm. And that is a summary of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 492, establishing program for bonding to reclaim abandoned wind and solar generation facilities.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The bill will be so advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 502, providing lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping license to residents, adopted, and foster children under 15.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 532, limiting claims for state tax credits and rebates.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 64th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Finance reported the bill with an amendment that requires the tax commissioner to choose the credit or rebate that is the most favorable to the taxpayer. I urge adoption.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 537, relating generally to kidnapping.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
Are there amendments?
Committee Delegate Evans moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Evans 4-8.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendment pending and the right to amend.
Okay, are there objections? Okay, if not, the bill will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 569, relating to damages for medical monitoring.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Steele moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Steele 4-8, number 1.
Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be advanced to third with the amendments pending and the right to amend.
Are there objections? If there are no objections, the bill will be so advanced. Next item on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 642, requiring legal advertisements by state auditor be posted to central website.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 655, eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 658, requiring Sheriff's Department to participate and utilize Handle with Care program for trauma-inflicted children.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 660, providing for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and military authorities.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Steele moves to amend the bill. This is the Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Chair is advised we do have competing amendments today on committee substitute for Senate Bill 660. Consistent with prior practice of the House, it will be our practice today to explain both competing amendments and then put the question on the first and then put the question on the second. Let's have the Judiciary Committee amendment that was just reported. Are there objections to having it explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman, 30 seconds to explain the first amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee on Judiciary amendment adds the words, quote, unless otherwise prohibited by this code, end quote, and removes the words, quote, but for the limited to, end quote, when referring to what assistance may be requested by military authorities. Secondly, it requires the criminal violations for which investigative assistance is requested to be ones which are committed by or against military personnel. And 3, adds language that it shall be unlawful for any West Virginia law enforcement officer to cooperate with military authorities in any crimes related to federal firearm laws which are not also crimes prohibited by West Virginia law. That is the Judiciary amendment, Mr. Speaker.
That's the first of the 2 amendments. Now, are there objections to having the second amendment explained in lieu of having it read?
Delegate Steele moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Steele 4-8 number 1.
Okay, there are no objections heard. The gentleman, the 29th, to explain the second of the 2 amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the Judiciary Committee worked on this bill and had a committee amendment, of course, at the very end of the bill that related to the enforcement of federal firearms laws. Now, if you'll recall, we had a House bill that dealt with this, the Second Amendment Preservation Act, that was a little more all-encompassing and broad and took into a variety of topics into consideration that if we went with the committee amendment, could be somewhat problematic if they're not delineated in the bill at large. And that's not to take anything away. The Judiciary Committee did a great job on this. But being able to sit down and take a look at this for a while, we added in non-commandeering of civilian law enforcement agencies by federal agencies. Most of this language tracks exactly what you've seen out of the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And if we could go through there for a moment, it talks about other than compliance with a court order of this state, meaning a circuit court of this state or the Supreme Court issued an order to a law enforcement agency to do something, then no employee or an agency or political subdivision in this state acting in his or her capacity may use agency or department personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, or aid a federal agency in whole or in part, or arrest persons for federal law enforcement purposes, including any of the following: inquiring into a person's ownership of firearms, a firearm accessory, or ammunition; detaining an individual on the basis of a hold request related solely to an alleged federal firearms violation; providing personal information about an individual, including but not limited to that person's home address or work address for the purposes of furthering a federal firearm investigation; making or intentionally participating in an arrest based strictly on federal firearms law that differs or is not substantially similar to West Virginia law. Now, that operative part is the same as the committee amendment from Judiciary. Performing the functions of an ATF agent, whether pursuant to any other law, regulation, or policy, whether formal or informal. And then moving on down, utilizing assets, placing law enforcement officers, deputized as special federal officers or special federal deputies for the purposes of federal firearm law, solely federal firearms law enforcement. Again, this is strictly the same as what the House already passed out of the Second Amendment Preservation Act. That with the limitations, and I think probably the biggest reason to pass this version and not the Judiciary Committee version is number 3 on the last page. conducting enforcement or investigative duties associated with a joint law enforcement task force, including the sharing of confidential information with other law enforcement agencies for purposes of task force investigations, and shall serve as immunity for involved officers against prosecution so long as the following conditions are met. The primary purpose of the joint law enforcement task force is not federal firearm law enforcement. A lot of times, our drug and violent crime task force will be investigating some type of drug crime or something along those lines. We don't want to prevent them from being able to participate in those simply because an unrelated federal firearm law is getting violated. The other side is the enforcement or investigative duties are primarily related to a violation of state or federal law unrelated to federal firearm law enforcement. So that could be broader than the joint task forces that we have across the state, and really just incorporating what the House has already passed into this great bill, I think would be the way to go. That's the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Now, both competing amendments have been explained. Both questions are now before the House. The chair will open debate on both amendments just explained. At the conclusion of debate, the chair will put the question first on the adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment. If the Judiciary Committee amendment is rejected, the chair will then put the question on the amendment offered by the gentleman the 29th. If both amendments are rejected, then the bill will just simply be advanced to third reading. So the question now is on the two amendments just explained. Floor is open. Gentleman 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question of the chair.
Yes.
No pun intended, but the Second Amendment that was offered there, is it germane?
The chair was just consulting the chair of judiciary about that. The chair does not have copies of them up here. It sounds, as the amendments were explained to the chair would believe them to be sufficiently similar that if one's germane, the other's germane. So the chair will rule that both amendments are germane.
Thank you. Would who explained the First Amendment? Was that the vice chair or the chair? Vice chair?
Yes, it was.
Did the vice chair yield?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, the Senate bill that we got, what is the intent of that bill?
Well, the purpose of the bill is to allow law enforcement agencies to enter into agreements with U.S. military located in West Virginia whereby civilian law enforcement can perform investigations of possible criminal conduct on military property or on military personnel. And I'm just reading from the abstract.
Okay. And during testimony from Colonel Applegate, said the reason that they brought this to us was so if something happens on military property, in a military installation or something that involves military personnel, if they need local law enforcement to investigate them when they can't necessarily investigate themselves, that's what this would allow for, right?
I think there was some testimony to that effect.
Well,
if as I think a colonel testified to that effect, but just reading the bill would have broader consequences than just that limited purpose.
Okay. Well, thank you for yielding, sir.
Yes.
And, if I may briefly address the questions before the body. What this bill is about, and it was kind of frustrating to see us go down this rabbit hole. Everything has to be a gun bill. It's not what this bill was. What the bill was brought to us to protect service personnel. I'm sorry, to protect people who are chosen to serve this country, mainly women who have chosen to serve our country. Because as opposed to the perceived threat that some of us read into this bill, that it's some kind of bill that would infringe upon our Second Amendment rights, it's not. What it is, it's to protect women who serve in the military, who unfortunately, there's a real threat of sexual assault that unfortunately it is happening with our military. And this is to allow local law enforcement to come in and investigate charges of sexual assault against women who choose to serve in our military. What my concern is if we go with the gentleman from the 29th Amendment, is that it's going to jeopardize a bill that's very important to protect those who sign up to protect us. So I would urge the body to go with the Judiciary Amendment.
Gentleman from 55th, Doug Ward's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair yield?
Yes.
Sir, does this amendment in any way affect what the gentleman just explained with regards to investigations of sexual assault in military
I don't
bases?
believe so.
Say that again?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
based system within the Department of Transportation. This is a strike insert amendment that includes mostly technical correction and clarification. It clarifies the Department of Transportation employees and positions shall be deemed to retain their classified or classified exempt status and all rights and privileges thereof. It clarifies that employee due process rights shall be preserved and specifies that due process protections are afforded through existing West Virginia public employees grievance procedure. It begins the new personnel system on a date certain, January 1, 2022. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2794 to extend the Neighborhood Investment Program Act to July 1, 2026. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2884 to make changes to the FOIA law to protect public utility customer databases from disclosure with exception. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2927 adding caregiving expenses to campaign finance expense. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Are there amendments to the bill? Did I already go there? Excuse me. Senator from Morgan.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment to House Bill 2927 is a strike and insert amendment for the whole bill. The bill would amend two sections in our campaign finance law, and the strike and insert amendment does the same thing. Both exempt from from the prohibitions on unlawful campaign expenditures. A better way of saying that would be both the original bill and the strike and insert amendment make it permissible for a candidate to use campaign funds for caregiving costs, caregiving expenses and services. And the strike and insert amendment has a slightly different definition in it, Mr. President, of caregiving services than the original bill, but it's on page 2 of the strike and insert. It says caregiving services means direct care, protection, and supervision of a child or other person with a disability or a medical condition for which a candidate has direct caregiving responsibility. And that provides that for purposes of this article, caregiving service expenses incurred shall be in direct connection with the candidate's campaign activities during the current election cycle. So, Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the committee strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2953 to clarify that counties can hire firefighters as paid staff and to modify the existing procedures to include a procedure of public hearing to commission a vote. Second reading.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill advance to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2962 relating generally to dental practice. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senators Stallings, Plymel, Wolfle, and Takubo move to amend the bill on page 3, section 8.
Senator from Boone.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Boone.
Mr. President, House Bill 2962 is a dental practice update. What the amendment does would allow for an expedited license to practice dentistry for foreign dental graduates who have completed a one-year dental residency program in the state. And it provides the Board of Dentistry rulemaking capabilities.
Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield. Senator Yields.
Senator, this is this permissive language for the board? Like, for instance, if a foreign medical, like currently when a foreign medical graduate, actually, let me back up for a second. It sounds like a good amendment. We passed a similar amendment for foreign medical doctors on Senate Bill 372 earlier this session. It's already been signed into law. This amendment, currently, if a foreign dental grad comes to West Virginia, would they have to repeat the entire dental school? Is that, like, what's the current status? I'm just,
right now, if a foreign dental graduate comes here and does advanced training, does a dental residency, be it pedodontics or whatever, they would not be allowed to practice in West Virginia.
Because they haven't gone to dental school in the United States, which is a ACGME accredited school. Would that be the reason why?
They would have to go to an approved United States dental school in order to practice here without this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Can I speak to the amendment? I think the Senator from Boone has offered a good amendment. This bill that we'll describe tomorrow and discuss on third read came to us from the dental board, and I was aware of this amendment. Probably would have, almost certainly would have included it in the strike and insert amendment, which I'll be explaining tomorrow. However, the dental board didn't come to us early enough to get it into the strike and insert. I think this gives the dental board flexibility in evaluating those foreign grads. It doesn't open the floodgates. It lets them evaluate them each individually. They're completing a dental residency, which is 1 year of advanced training, which dental students don't even have to do if they graduate from United States Dental School. So I think it's a good amendment, and I'd support it.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Boone, wish to close the debate? If not, question for the Senate's adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Boone. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3002, update road abandonment process. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Wetzel.
This is a strike insert amendment that inserts the provisions of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 440, the companion bill, into this bill. Both bills require that the Division of Highways publish certain documents related to the planned closing of any road on the division's website. The bill also required that the division publish such documents as a legal notice in the newspaper while providing no publication area for such required notice. The Senate version does not include the newspaper notice requirement. Senate version also contains various technical corrections. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3078, relating to powers and duties of the Parole Board. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the whole bill, but it made largely stylistic changes. There were a couple substantive changes from the original bill. The bill amends a single section. What this bill addresses, Mr. President, is it deals with the reaction of the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to COVID. And for people who were coming up on eligibility for parole, been running into a problem that certain classes that they had to take, they couldn't take because they couldn't for a long time, they couldn't let people in the prison to teach the classes for fear of spreading the disease. So that's what the bill addresses. When the Judiciary Committee adopted its strike and insert amendment, it moved one of the requirements to a new subsection without changing it much. It requires that the Commissioner make available a list of rehabilitative and educational programs that are available outside the correctional system. And then the main part of the bill is that it adds language in the strike and insert, it adds language that an inmate has to have completed his educational rehabilitative programs, but that effective September 1, 2021, an inmate who satisfies all the other parole eligibility requirements but is unable, through no fault of his own, and that would be because of COVID or other reason, to complete his required rehabilitative and educational programs while incarcerated. If they can be taken while on parole, they may go ahead and grant a parole with the taking of these classes added as a special condition of parole. I'd be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. I urge adoption of the committee amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3107, declaring that post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosed by a licensed psychiatrist is a compensable occupational disease for first responders.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 3129, relating to the Consumer Price Index rate increase. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3132, relating to motor carrier inspectors. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3133, relating to motor carrier rates. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3177, removing expired, outdated, inoperative, and antiquated provisions and report requirements in education. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the bill on page 16 by striking out all of Section 17.
Senator from Jefferson.
I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you. This amendment includes the provisions of Senate Bill 588, since 3 of the sections in this bill also appeared in that bill. Senate Bill 588 was the bill that expanded methods of enforcement against county boards. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage or adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Education. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3215, amending the requirements to become an elected prosecutor. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment. The bill, for the whole bill, the bill amends, actually adds a single new section of the code, and the Judiciary Committee amendment just reworded the language of that section. It is new section 7, chapter 7, article 4, section 1A, and article 4 is office of the prosecuting attorney. And the sentence now reads as follows. To be eligible to be a candidate for the office of prosecuting attorney, a person shall be a duly licensed attorney in the state of West Virginia at the time of his or her filing for office. Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3266, providing for termination of extracurricular contact upon retirement. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3299, authorizing higher education rules. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the bill on page 7, section 2.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
The amendment corrects the year that the Mental Health Loan Repayment Program rule was filed in the state register, makes an amendment to the mental health loan repayment rule needed to be consistent with the House amendment to the rule, and makes an amendment to the same rule relating to the loan amount that's needed to be consistent with the authorizing legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Education. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3301, relating generally to property tax increment financing districts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike and insert amendment to House Bill 3301 would make several changes to the original bill. First, the definition to tax increment is modified to clarify that if any tax increment financing district whose termination date is extended, only the regular and excess property tax levies of the county commission and any affected municipality are included during such extension period. Second, a provision is added to clarify that any extension of a TIF district termination date by a county is subject to the approval of any municipality that lies within the TIF district. Next, a current code was removed in the original bill, is taken back to the current code relating to reporting requirements. A requirement that levying bodies receive copies of the proposed development or redevelopment plan prior to the public hearing, and the requirement that notice to the other levying bodies be at least 30 days prior to the public hearing would remain in place pursuant to the strike and insert. Also, the provision allowing the extension of a termination date for TIF districts in existence prior to December 31, 2020 is amended to state that any such TIF district may be extended up to 5 years or until December 31st, 2050, whichever is earlier. Finally, the strike and insert also removes a provision in the original bill that would allow any outstanding bonds or obligations to be forgiven if a TIF district expires by operation of its original creating documents. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on Finance. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appeared to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill. Both the bill and the committee amendment create an expanded work release program. The bill originally within the Division of Corrections, the strike and insert amendment, it's within the Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety. It creates a new article, Article 4A, expanded work release pilot program. And in the strike and insert amendment, it goes in Chapter 15A of the code, which is different from the original bill. It had it in Chapter 25. Other than that, lots of similarities. There's sections in the strike and inserts. First section addresses the purpose of the article and legislative findings. There are definitions in Section 2. Section 3 calls for the expanded work release pilot program, and it allows the division or the DMAPs to have a total of no more than 5 work release centers around the state. There are apparently 3, was a testimony we heard, existing, and this would allow them to add 2 if they find suitable locations that seem like they would work. Section 4 relates to eligibility and funding. It would be funded within their existing appropriations. There are limitations in Section 5 on who is eligible, which inmates are eligible for work release participation. Section 6 relates to internal policy development, and Section 7 relates to funding and financial implications for the pilot program. Mr. President, I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the committee strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3308, relating to increasing number of limited video lottery terminals. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 3311, relating to the cost of medical records. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Joint Resolution 3, Property Tax Modernization Amendment. Second reading of the
Senior Senator
resolution.
from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be advanced to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Bill's on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior, so ordered. Senior Senator from the 17th. I want to skip over to introduction again. Right. One moment. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Last night, in the early evening last night, while we were debating important pieces of legislation, on the west side of Charleston, a young man, a senior from Capitol High School, by the name of Kelvin K.J. Taylor, was shot and killed on Central Avenue, which is a pretty busy thoroughfare here in Charleston. I don't know the circumstances of the shooting. I have no idea. It's so early on in the investigation, but I do know that when a man dies, to paraphrase a movie quote, he loses everything he's got and everything he's ever going to have. And this young man, this child, at 18, lost more than what we ever will. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for a moment of silence.
Thank you. Further remarks by members. Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I kind of hesitated to do that. I know we're getting late, and we've had some late sessions the last few days. But earlier today, in our opening prayer, I had made reference to the Holocaust Remembrance Day. And just to give you a little background here for many members, here in the state of West Virginia, we have what we call the West Virginia Holocaust Education Commission. And I have been a member of that commission for the past 20 years. First appointed by Bob Kiss while in the House, and then when I came over here, I was appointed by the Senate President at that time, Jeff Kessler. And later today, or later tomorrow, Mr. President, you will receive a letter of resignation from me from that commission, and it will be up to your post to reappoint someone to fill that position. I've enjoyed my time there on the commission. I've learned a lot. I've met survivors. And if whoever you appoint, Mr. President, I hope they take it as seriously as I have and join with that commission in advancing education in regards to the Holocaust. It's an important issue. It's one we cannot forget. But I was tossing around writing something that might best reflect what's going on in the world and what has happened during that horrible period. And it just so happens a good friend of all of ours, Rabbi Uricki, had actually posted something online this morning. So if the members will just bear with me for a few moments and let me read his statement here, because I think what he's actually touched on probably gets to the heart of what we still experience today in many ways. Aaron was silent. Leviticus 10:4. The tragic event surrounding Aaron's sons is one of the saddest stories in the Bible. The tabernacle had just been officially dedicated, and the first sacrifices was about to be offered by Aaron and his sons. These newly minted priests of Israel had been formally inducted, and the following day was going to be the most joyous event in their people's collective religious history. The divine text never explicitly tells us what transpired that night as they entered the tabernacle and offered a strange fire to the God which the Lord had not commanded them to bring. A fire came forth from the Lord and consumed them both. Now, commentators over the centuries have used different interpretive skills and imagination to speculate on what grave sin the young men could have possibly committed to merit such a terrible fate. Aaron's brother Moses tried to offer words of comfort, but his son's lying dead before him, and all the Torah says is, Aaron was silent. No words can change the fact that what was going on to be the most glorious day turned out to be their worst nightmare. To best of their knowledge, this is one of the few passages in the Torah where a person is noted for not saying anything. What does Aaron's silence teach us? Perhaps his silence reminds us that we're experiencing tragedy. When trying to comfort a shattered soul or explain to an event that is beyond human understanding, there's power in silence. Words are woefully inadequate when reacting to an incomprehensible tragedy. We commemorate Shoah and remember the millions of Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust. Far too many words are spoken this day, and far too many voices are raised to offer explanations, understanding, or even comfort. There are no words after the Holocaust. They're silenced. The language has been silenced. The culture has been silenced. The history, the identity of the lives of more than 6 million lives have been silenced. Aaron was right. This is a day of silence, but only today. Let's not be silent tomorrow in the face of ongoing tragedies, massacres, and genocides. Too often we continue our silence when we need to find our voices. Genocide continues to this day throughout the world. Nations brutalize the innocent, and those without a voice desperately need advocates. We dare not be silent. Aaron was silent, the only possible response to this tragedy. Silence is also appropriate today, but silence tomorrow is how the Holocaust began and how it continues. Never again means never again for anyone. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks by members. Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know you know that the Judiciary Committee was here till 2 a.m. this morning, and you know, while that was tiring and, you know, wore on us a little bit, didn't compare to the fight we had on the floor of the Senate regarding the personal income tax bill and the budget bill. That was the most tiring. And, you know, people on the outside think we all hate each other. But, you know, we have good debates and talk about things, and I like every single person in here. I certainly like all the individuals involved in that debate yesterday, and that hasn't changed. But, Mr. President, we're making a huge mistake, and we've made it year after year that I've been here. And if there comes a time when I'm not here because I don't get reelected, I hope somebody remembers this no matter who's in charge. But, you know, we talk about transparency, we talk about working together, and we do the exact opposite. And the personal income tax bill was a perfect example of that. Now, I've heard from my friends on your side of the aisle in the other house that the bill's dead on arrival. And it's dead, evidently, because of all the reasons that we raised yesterday. The impact on the middle class, the increase in the sales tax, which is going to hurt border communities, that much of it's unconstitutional because of the disparate tax treatment of similar classes. You know, the tax-cutting trend in this country hasn't brought the fruits that everybody says it's going to be. The Democrats, not me, before I was here, but some of the ones that are still sitting here, cut taxes by over $530 million in the state. And we continue to go down. And we're on the same path again. Tax cuts in America don't work. We get a short burst, short boom, and then we're always met with the bust. This personal income tax bill was rushed out so fast that your own members didn't know what it said. And that was clear because every one of them refused an interview last night with any of the news media. They said it again. I watched the news coverage just a little bit ago. Every one of them said nobody from the Republican majority would make a comment. Now, most of you only had the same amount of time we did. There was no fiscal note. No fiscal note for a bill that size, and as far as we can tell, no fiscal note had ever been requested. But more importantly, as we said, no experts got a chance to look at it. No economists, no accountants, no tax experts. It was simply done at the will of a few in the Finance Committee or wherever it came from. That's not a team effort. We want to help. We have talents, we have ideas that can help. Nobody has to take them, but we ought to be included. You ought to take advantage of that type of knowledge. But I just want to say that in the intervening few hours, I had a chance to look around a little bit, and you know what? Our other favorite state, the only one we beat on a consistent basis, Mississippi, is trying to do the same thing. Very similar program, phasing out income taxes, raising sales taxes. But you know what? Mississippi's a little smarter. They had a study done. They had a couple studies done. And that study found that the plan in its best form is not going to bring them any prosperity. In its worst form, they found that they're going to have a decrease in revenues over the first 13 years, that they're going to lose 12,000 jobs, $1 billion in gross domestic product, and it's going to cost them 33,000 in population, and it's going to reduce average incomes by 1.2%. In its best form, it's going to raise revenues and GDP less than inflation, and it's only going to bring, at most, the study said, 10,000 people in population to a state that's much bigger than ours. So why do we think we're so smart in this body that we can make decisions that are going to have profound effects on this state in a vacuum? Next time, Mr. President, I hope we can work together. We won't, but I hope we can. Because having more than just a few people make those kind of decisions is better. Having more than one expert, but having multiple experts look at the same plan is good. And please, let's quit wasting our time in this body. We've got more important problems to attack and to solve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a running joke around here that each of us is a constitutional scholar. Now, I'm no scholar, but I have litigated about 175 cases in federal court, in state court, involving civil rights violations of the United States Constitution and the West Virginia Constitution, involving women who have been sexually abused by our guards, our staff, in our jails and prisons. So I'm no scholar, but I can tell you that I might be a constitutional lawyer, and I will, regardless of how you think this bill should have rolled out, did roll out, is it good to tax professional services, good policy? Is it bad policy to tax professional services? Regardless of all those policy issues, this bill that we passed last night is unconstitutional. You cannot take different species, different services, plaintiffs' lawyers and defense lawyers, and tax them differently. The bill is unconstitutional. Thank you.
Further remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m., and I have one announcement.
Are there announcements?
Tomorrow at
Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., there will be a Rules Committee meeting in the President's conference room. Again, tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Further announcements. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will not be meeting.
Are there further announcements? If not, question, Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus in the President's conference room following adjournment here. Thank you.
Further announcements? If not, question for the Senate is the Senate stand adjourned till tomorrow at 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned.
House will be in order. All those not having floor privileges, please vacate the chamber. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take up committee substitute for Senate Bill 613 for further consideration.
Lady from the 49th, ask unanimous consent to take up committee substitute for Senate Bill 613 for further consideration. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Lady from the 49th.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 613, adding clarification and base salaries of certain civilian employees for State Police Forensic Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, all we did was move the effective date, so I move the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021.
The question before the House is the effective date of July 1st, 2021. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and declare. Yeah, go ahead. There being 94 ayes, 0 nays, 6 members absent and not voting, I declare the effective date passed. Lady from 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to return to the third order of business for the purpose of receiving committee reports.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent to return to the third order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Resolution 24 urging the Governor of West Virginia to form a task force regarding Mylan Pharmaceuticals plant in Morgantown and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute be adopted.
Report be received.
Originating in the Committee on Rules is House Resolution 25, support the signing of a bilateral trade agreement BTA between the United States and the Republic of China, Taiwan, celebrating the 41st anniversary of the sister state ties between the state of West Virginia and Taiwan, reaffirming support for Taiwan's meaningful participation and contributions in international organizations, and for strengthening and expanding sister state ties between the state of West Virginia and Taiwan.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 102, a resolution to study attracting and retaining remote workers in West Virginia, House Resolution 22, calling for the construction of a licensed off-highway vehicle semi-contiguous trail to parallel the Appalachian Hiking Trail on the western side. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, urging Congress reopen public lands in West Virginia, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 55, supporting Atlantic Coast Pipeline, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 344 relating to credit for qualified rehabilitated buildings investment, and reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee reference, and read a first time.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Lady from the 49th. No? And read a first time.
Today and then Friday, Saturday.
Late. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 344 relating to credit for qualified rehabilitated buildings investment.
Bill be advanced. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the following. The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2005 relating to health care costs.
Message will be received. Gentlelady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2005, the purpose of that bill was to increase the transparency of health care. The Senate took a much narrower approach and amended out a majority of the provisions contained in the House's version. What remains are provisions concerning the enforcement of the No Surprises Act by the Insurance Commissioner to ensure West Virginians have a state entity available to them to enforce these important consumer protections. Because I don't think we're going to get much else, I move to concur with the Senate amendment and the title amendment.
Gentlelady from the 49th moves we concur in that the House concur in the Senate amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. What? Hey, give me a chance. I'm learning. That the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. The question before the House is now passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and obtain the results. On this question, there being 94 ayes, 1 nay, 5 members absent and not voting, I declare the bill passed. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute. Oh, wait.
Clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2005 relating to health care costs.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title shall remain the title of the bill. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 2017, rewriting the criminal code.
Bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has receded and passed committee substitute for House Bill 2267, establishing an optional bus operator in residence program for school districts.
Report be received. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment and changed the effective date to July 1st, 2021 of committee substitute for House Bill 2507, remove the limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers.
Message be received. Lady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to remove certain limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers. The Senate amendments are mostly technical in nature, the only substantive change being permitting the Lottery Commission to advertise for limited purpose of advising the public as to use of the revenues generated by video lottery operations. They do no harm to the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment and Senate title amendment.
Gentlelady from the 32nd moves that the House concur in the Senate title amendments and title amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Run it together.
Simmer down, Gary.
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Is demand sustained? Demand sustained. The question before us is concurring on the Senate amendment and title amendment. The clerk will prepare the machine. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Do it backwards.
There's people reversing their position on this bill, which is cracking me up. I mean, they voted for this one. No.
Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. There being 52 ayes, 43 nays, 5 members not voting, absent not voting, I declare the motion passed. The question before us is now on passage of the bill. Are those wishing to speak? Gentleman from the 32nd.
I just can't help myself, but here's your choice: Pottersville or Bedford Falls. I urge rejection.
Are there those seeking further recognition? If not, the question before us is on passage of the bill as amended by the... Wait, hold on. The question before us is on passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. There being 55 ayes, 40 nays, 5 members absent not voting, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2507, remove the limitations on advertising and promotional activities by limited video lottery retailers.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title shall remain the title of the bill. Gentlelady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021.
Gentlelady moves the bill be effective July 1st, 2021. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. There being 69 ayes, 26 nays, 5 members absent and not voting, I declare the effective date passed. Next message.
House Bill 2730, relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate. Oh, the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 2730, relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the state, the East Estate.
My mic is on.
Gentlelady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow a debtor in bankruptcy to use the federal law exemptions under 11 U.S.C. 522. The Senate amendment raises a debtor's homestead exemption from the current law cap of $25,000 to $35,000. The Senate amendment also raises the debtor's exemption from current cap under state law of $2,400 to $7,500. The Senate amendment further provides that the amendments only apply to bankruptcy proceedings filed on or after the effective date of the bill. The Senate amendment does not defeat the purpose of the bill because it kept all the House language, which allows a debtor the choice to use state law bankruptcy exemptions or the federal law bankruptcy exemptions. The Senate amendment also makes minor stylistic changes and captures the above referenced, and the title amendment captures the above referenced changes. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The gentlelady from the 32nd moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment and title amendment. The question before the House now is on passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. There being 94 ayes, 1 nay, 5 members absent and not voting, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Bill 2730, relating to persons filing federal bankruptcy petition to exempt certain property of the estate.
Are there amendments to the title? Then the title shall remain the title of the bill. Thank God.
Well, where are we? All right. Question before the House, consideration committee substitute for House Bill 2760. Clerk will report the bill.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2760 relating to economic development incentive tax credits.
Message to be received, lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the clerk said, House Bill 2760 was relating to economic development incentive tax credits. The Senate amended the provisions of Senate Bill 344 as that bill passed the Senate. Senate Bill 344 relates to historic rehabilitation tax credits. Senate Bill 344 is completely unrelated to the original intent of House Bill 2760. Earlier today, the House Finance Committee took up Senate Bill 344 and reported the bill with an amendment that is different than what is contained in the Senate amendment. Therefore, to maintain the House's position on both bills, I move that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question before the House is a motion by the lady from the 49th that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2760. Is there debate on the motion? If not, the question before the House is the adoption of the motion. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Declares that motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment and changed the effective date to passage for committee substitute for House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake.
Message to be received. Lady in the 49th.
The Senate elected to make the bill effective from passage. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate effective date and make the bill effective from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will, ladies and 30 seconds, your vote did not register. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 2830 relating generally to sex trafficking.
The message will be received. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to strengthen state law related to sex trafficking. The Senate amendment adds knowingly and willfully to the definition and makes technical corrections. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 2830 and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 2830. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2830 relating generally to sex trafficking.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
Committee substitute for House Bill 28, the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 2842, preventing cities from banning utility companies in city limits.
The message will be received. Lady from 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to bar political entities of the state from banning any regulated utility from providing service within that entity's boundaries. The Senate amended the bill merely to alter the section header to better reflect the intent and to make stylistic changes to the title. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendment and Senate title amendment.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 32nd that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2842. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 93 ayes, 4 nays, and 3 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2842, preventing cities from banning utility companies in city limits.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2918 relating to Family Drug Treatment Court.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 3254 authorizing members of development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis.
The message will be received. Lady by 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow members of county development authorities to receive federally authorized reimbursement for service which the member rendered on a voluntary basis. The Senate amendment authorizes a county or municipal development authority to reimburse its members for expenses and performance of duties assigned by the authority when reimbursement is approved by a vote of the authority. And it also provides an exception to any prohibition against a pecuniary interest in a contract or service for furnishing supplies and for reimbursement of members' necessary expenditures in connection with performance of general duties as members of the authority, including reasonable expenses related to performance of assigned duties. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 3254. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3254, authorizing members of development authorities to accept federally authorized reimbursement for services which the members rendered on a voluntary basis.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 3286, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Human Services, Child Care and Development.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 3287, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 3289, supplementary appropriation to the Department of Commerce, Geological and Economic Survey.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 3291, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Administrative Services.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 3292, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health.
The message will be received.
The Senate has adopted without amendment House Concurrent Resolution 24, urging Congress to extend federal tax incentives to participants in Jumpstart savings programs that are similar to those that are currently provided to participants in college savings plans pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 529.
The message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 587 relating to drug screening of applicants for cash assistance.
Clerk will check a number on the bill, please.
Senate has concurred in House amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 387 relating to drug screening of applicants for cash assistance.
Message be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 392 creating penalty for impersonating law enforcement officer or official.
Message be received.
The Senate concurred in the House amendments with further amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 626, updating regulation for purchase of automobile catalytic converters.
The message be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to update the regulation of the purchase of automobile catalytic converters to require certain conditions be met during the sale and to create criminal offenses when conditions are not met. The Senate amendment makes technical and clarifying changes to the bill without changing any substance. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 626. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 92 ayes, 4 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 626, updating regulation for purchase of automobile catalytic converters.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further Senate messages? If not, messages from the executive.
Mr. Speaker presents communications from His Excellency the Governor advising that on April 8th, 2021, he approved committee substitute for Senate Bill 275 and House Bill 2499.
Message be received.
Executive message number 2. Dear Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Section 20, Article 1, Chapter 5 of the Code of West Virginia, I hereby certify that the following annual reports have been received in the office of the Governor. Sincerely, Jim Justice, Governor.
The message will be received. Are there further messages from the executive?
Executive message number 3. Dear Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Section 11, Article 7 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia and Section 16, Article 1, Chapter 5 of the Code of West Virginia, I hereby report that I granted no pardons or reprieves, nor commuted punishment to any person, nor remitted any fines or penalties during the period of March 7, 2020 through April 7, 2021. Very truly yours, Jim Justice, Governor.
The message will be received. Are there further messages from the executive? If not, are there objections to returning to the order of business for the introduction of resolutions? If not, are there resolutions?
House Resolution 26, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to study the extent to which the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed efficiencies and/or inefficiencies in the executive branch of government in West Virginia.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 105, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the current process of involuntary hospitalization, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons charged or convicted of certain crimes.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 106, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the effect of empowering the West Virginia Sentencing Commission to study the effect of a criminal code rewrite.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules. Are there further resolutions to be introduced? If not, Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Friday, April 9th.
Are there announcements? If not, the question is on the motion.
Yes.
Yes, Lady of the 49th.
Your Committee on Rules will meet at 9:45 Friday in House Education.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned until 10 o'clock in the morning. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.